Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is October 17th, 2025. Today, we're interviewing Caroline Barrow. Hey, Caroline.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Caroline is raised in the LDS Church, returned missionary, BYU Provo grad, who's currently at law school at LSU.
Yes.
Go Tigers, right?
Go Tigers.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was raised in Louisiana, and we'll be telling her story. She'll be telling her story. But if you want to know a sneak preview of kind of the themes, we're going to be talking about a general Mormon story. There's going to be themes of scrupulosity, of perfectionism, interesting experiences on the mission, but also battling questions and reconciling questions while on a mission, while on BYU, really throughout her whole life, even from her childhood, and then kind of where those battles with questions and with scrupulosity and other things have taken her as she's in her second year of law school. Now, how was that for an intro? Is that okay?
That was perfect.
Any other big themes you think we should give people a preview about?
I think you did a good job. I think the only other thing I would say is just how I've learned to trust myself more, which was, I think, you touched on scrupulosity and stuff, which makes that difficult.
Oh,
yeah.
So like navigating your own path, learning to trust yourself.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful. And if that weren't enough, we have Margie here with us. Hey, Margie.
Yes. Hi, babe.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
That's 2 in 1 week. We did 2 in 1 week.
I know. Look
Is
at
that
us
too
go.
much?
Look at us go.
Look at us go. Oh, if you guys can like and subscribe this channel, that's super helpful. We appreciate our donors. We do this thanks to the generosity of our donors. So thanks if you're a donor. If you want to become a monthly donor, you just go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a donor. And that's how we thrive and survive. All right, Caroline, where does your Mormon story begin?
Day one, my family was super Mormon all the time. My dad was raised in the church. My mom was converted when she was 22, I believe. And then me and my brothers were all born and raised in the church.
Where'd your parents grow up?
My dad grew up kind of all over the place, mostly in Virginia and Cincinnati. And then my mom is also from Shreveport. So
Okay.
Louisiana.
So kind of Southern Midwestern combo.
Yes.
Okay. And did you say they were married in the temple?
They had a civil marriage and then they had to wait a year and ended up getting sealed in the temple. But they just had a civil ceremony first.
Okay. And then where are you, again, number of siblings, birth order kind of thing?
I'm the oldest of 3. So I have 2 younger brothers.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that y'all early years were in Houston before you moved to Louisiana. Is that right? Or
for me and one of my brothers, yes.
Okay,
but we moved to Shreveport when I was like 3 years old. So barely remember it. And then the second brother was born in Shreveport.
Okay. So this is kind of a Louisiana Mormon story.
Yes.
Is that
right? Definitely.
Okay. So knowing that your mom was a convert, but your parents eventually got on the covenant path fully, what was your Mormon upbringing like in Louisiana?
I think it was pretty normal, I think. My parents were always very active in the church. And because my mom she got baptized while she was dating my dad. And then that's why they had to wait to get sealed in the temple, because you had to wait a year. Just very much like stress to us as children that the gospel had done so much for her and made her so happy, and we were so lucky to have what we had. That just, church every Sunday, Wednesday night activities, all of that.
Do you have a sense for what, I guess it would have been your dad that attracted your mom to the church? Was there also something about her upbringing that kind of made her feel like she wanted or needed a religion? Anything you were comfortable sharing or no, I guess?
Yeah. My mom grew up in the Episcopalian church, and she always loved it. But from what I understand, she always had some questions that weren't totally answered, specifically about the afterlife. And I think that was part of what really attracted her to Mormonism. So I know she met with the missionaries, and she was very close, obviously, with my dad and his family. And it just kind of naturally happened that she got baptized.
Got it. Okay. So in terms of like your Mormon childhood, we've covered it 1,000 times or more on Mormon Stories. Was it as far as you understand the stereotypical Mormon childhood?
Yes, as far as I understand, pretty standard. I had a very happy childhood. I loved the church as a kid, like loved going to church. And it was a big part of my family, family home evening, Monday nights, and we did scripture study as a family and all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
What was the church like in your area? Was like the church a bit like, did you have to drive a long way? Was it a branch versus a ward? What was the church like?
We were pretty lucky. We only lived about 15 minutes from the church building, but I know some people drove closer to 45 minutes to an hour, and it was always a ward. And there actually was a pretty good amount of growth, surprisingly. And we, a couple times in my life, had to split the boundaries because the wards had gotten too big. So, yeah.
So the youth program, how would you describe it in terms of like enough kids?
It was pretty good. There were always like, I guess now that that I lived in Utah for a little bit, this sounds so small, but there were always like 20, 30 of us in the youth program, which is pretty good. So my seminary class had there were 12 to 15 of us on a good day, And then Wednesday nights, like 20 to 30. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So as a child in particular, would you say that the church felt like a good fit? Meaning like with your personality and not a whole lot of, effort for you? Did it feel quite natural?
Yes and no. I think as a kid, I loved the church and I knew that it made my family happy. And in a lot of ways, it made me happy too. But I did struggle with, just from an early age, being taught about like the concept of sin was very scary to me. And I was I remember being very nervous before getting baptized because I didn't want to like sin after that, and it's difficult to explain because it was like I loved it, but I think I felt from a young age like something was wrong with me because of just what I was taught, from such a young age about how natural man's an enemy to God kind of stuff was difficult for me. And then as I got older, that, continued to.
Got it. So I'm kind of hearing both a sense of comfort, but also a sense of anxiety, maybe like anxiety around making mistakes. Is that what you mean? Or
yes, almost like anxiety about the way that I am naturally, but comforting because like, yes, I'm bad, but the church can fix that for me, so yes, comforting, but I don't think I realized that it was probably also a source of a lot of the anxiety I felt as a child.
In your outline, you talk about like ruminations as early as 6 years old about sin. And do you want to talk about those?
Yes. I remember, really early. I was really afraid that I was going to die suddenly and not be able to like repent for my sins. And so I had this in my little like Hannah Montana, locked secret diary journal, I would write out if we're getting in a car accident and I can tell I'm going to die, like this is how I'll repent for everything really quickly. Or like, if this is going to happen, then, to kind of make myself feel better, like I can still go to heaven kind of thing and be with my family. And then intrusive thoughts from a young age of like, just things, as a kid, like these thoughts that like I don't believe in the church or I don't believe in God, like really aggressively, and then feeling like, oh, I've sinned, and so just this cycle of like trying to repent as soon as the thoughts would come in. But with intrusive thoughts, at least for me, the harder you try to get rid of them, the worse they become. And so, just a lot of that as a kid.
And then you mentioned getting some modesty messages from an early age.
Oh, yes. Yes. The earliest time I remember feeling like shamed about modesty was I was in Valiant Eights, or that's what it's called, for the 8-year-olds in primary. And I was wearing, it was a little denim dress. It was summer in Louisiana. So it was like July, 100,000 degrees outside. And it was like a thick tank top strap dress. And I hadn't even been, I think I was in Valiant Eights, but they put you in the year that you turn 8. So I hadn't even been baptized yet. And we were doing like a modesty lesson in primary, and a boy in front of me turned around and looked at me, and to his teacher, he was like, "She's dressed immodestly," pointing at me. And I was like, it was shocking, and I was so young, and I remember being really upset and going to my mom about it and just being like, "Can you believe he said this? I would never dress immodestly. Like, you would never dress me immodestly because, your parents pick out all your clothes." And she was like, "Well, it's probably time that, yeah, you shouldn't have been wearing that. We should put you in stuff with sleeves for church." And yeah.
And how does that imprint?
Wow.
I think I just remember feeling very embarrassed, and very much like just this fear of being misunderstood, because I feel like with modesty, especially with girls, there's such this sense of like, if you're immodest, you must have like bad intentions, or you must be looking for the wrong kind of attention, that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, from a very young age, I remember being afraid of like being misunderstood in that way, especially just, I was very tall, very young. Like, I'm 5'9" now, and I hit this height in like the 7th grade, I think. So I've always been very tall, which was difficult, to find skirts and dresses that went all the way down to my knees.
I
Stuff
can
like that.
imagine.
That was difficult, that I was very, there was just a lot of tension there for me.
How did it interplay with the theme of self-trust, that modesty experience? Or did it?
I think it was difficult because I felt like I knew that I wasn't trying to do anything bad or like, tempt anyone. So I felt like I trusted myself with that, but just being constantly, told that I was, X, Y, and Z or whatever, like made it difficult. And I think that's where a lot of my, just some tension with church teachings and how I felt about them. And yeah. That's where some of that started.
That makes sense. Because what I'm hearing there, and I think it's really powerful, like a powerful experience as a child, when you're just wearing a dress and then you have this experience where someone's basically telling you what you've done and why, but that you didn't feel that way. But then your mom's response, it makes you kind of have an existential kind of argument where you're like, wait, am I real? Because that's not what it felt like to me. It just felt like actually I was wearing a dress and didn't know these things. Is that feel?
Definitely. And then I remember I was in middle school, so like 13, 14, one of the dresses, well, I had a couple dresses, like, sundresses you would wear to church. And they didn't quite come down to my knee because I was already 5'9". And my family always sat in the front row of church. My dad had a thing and we had to sit in the front row. And I remember someone telling me that I needed to be more careful about what I wore because the bishopric could see like my knees during sacrament. And I was probably like tempting them. And so, you know what I mean? But again, I'm like 13, like, and I just was kind of like, that would never even come into my mind, So just, stuff like that, I think made me very self-conscious from a very young age. And I think made me more aware of, people like sexualizing me or just women in general that I probably was not ready to,
It probably gives a lot of power and fear and anxiety to shoulders and knees, right? Like, like normal body parts that you would sing head, shoulders, knees, and toes, literally.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they're almost like have poison or lasers attached to them or something.
Right. And when you pair with the teaching, like what I was getting in young women a lot, like pretty consistently, was this part of why you dress modestly is because even though you don't hold the priesthood, your responsibility is to help the young men uphold, like you're upholding the priesthood, like you're helping them stay worthy. And that was always difficult for me. Because I mean, it's a shoulder and a knee, first of all, and then also just kind of this feeling that, if God is real and if I am his daughter and he loves me, like, I don't think he would hold me responsible for someone else thinking something gross about me. You know what I mean? And that would always kind of, I some of my Sunday school teachers, I don't think, loved it when I was in those classes because I would push back a little bit and then I would get in trouble and, anyways.
When do you remember having that thought? Is that more as a teen? Like, when do you remember having the thought of actually like, well, if there's a Heavenly Father, I don't think actually he would
hold me responsible. I think like 11 or 12. It was right when I started Young Women's. And I remember because they would have us make, like the activity where you make a list of like what you want in a future husband and what you're committing right now. You're not going to compromise to get him and like what your values are. It was one of those lessons where I remember thinking like, well, sure, I'll dress modestly. Like I want to dress modestly. That was always something I wanted. But at the same time, I think maybe because I had brothers where I just was like, I love my brothers, but like my parents don't hold them or they don't hold me responsible if they do something wrong, or like if I'm arguing with my brother and he says something mean to me, like I'm not in trouble because you know what I'm saying? Like so I think just the way that my parents were, I was kind of like, that doesn't make sense, and the way that I'm disciplined and my brothers are disciplined, like it doesn't like, I don't know why Heavenly Father would ever blame me if my brothers did something wrong or if
that's right.
And just to check in, like, tell me if you're like me, where you can have these reflections on challenges or difficulties you had growing up and at the same time still feel like you had great experiences and are really grateful for is that true? I'm just
100%.
checking in about that.
Yes. No, I'm glad you said that because I did. Like it's looking back, it's easy to kind of like pick out some of the things that were more troubling, because they stick out as anomalies almost. But I loved the church growing up. We were, like my family was very happy. And I always associated the church with making us happy, and like because we had the church, we were a family and we were safe. And I genuinely really enjoyed like all the activities. And I do feel like it made my family closer. So,
yeah.
So I grew up in Houston, Katy, Texas, and had an amazing experience in the church there. Do you want to share just if you were to share some of the examples of how the church, LDS Church in Baton Rouge, was fun or amazing or interesting during, let's just say, your teen years? Do any activities or events or moments come to mind that kind of reflect that?
Yeah. So I was in Shreveport during.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Thank you.
It's probably about the same, but definitely. I think because, we had a pretty good size youth group and ward, but there still weren't that many of us. Like in my high school, it was just me and my brother and then, a couple other people that were members of the church. And so there was this really strong sense of like camaraderie, and community that was really great. I have lots of memories, people in the ward showing up for each other when things are hard. My mom had cancer when I was 8 years old, which she's fine now. Like it was, we got through it. But I remember like everyone in the ward pretty much stepping up to like make sure my dad and my brothers and I had meals and that my mom was taken care of and that she had people that could drive her to and from.
That's lovely.
Doctor's appointments. Yeah. Stuff like that. That was great. And then, lots of like, like the tri-stake activities where like we would do stuff like the Shreveport stake. And then we would get together with like the Tyler, Texas wards and do stuff because there weren't enough of us in Shreveport to do like a youth dance or anything, but we could get together with other areas and do them. And those were always fun. So yeah, stuff like that.
Fun.
Yeah.
So these questions that you started having as a kid, did new questions emerge in your early young women's experiences?
Yes, for sure. I'm trying to think. Probably also around 11, 12 years old, I started to really have trouble with polygamy. Stuff like that.
How'd you hear about it?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I think it was in church that I heard about it the first time because, you do like every year you rotate the book that you're learning. So it's like Old Testament, New Testament, Book of Mormon, and then Doctrine and Covenants. I think is when I learned about it. And
like D&C 132.
Yeah. And I don't remember like the exact lesson. It was just kind of, I feel like I always kind of knew, like, I don't think it was ever hidden from me necessarily, but as I got older and kind of like was more able to wrap my head around what polygamy was, I had a really hard time with it. And I remember asking like my parents, where I was like, well, didn't God love those women? You know, like, why would he, like, did the women not mean as much to him as these men? You know, like,
So sacrificed kind of.
right.
Or...
And I was always told, you know, like general apologetics of like, well, a lot of the men had died in war and coming across the plains, and the women didn't have anyone to take care of them. And so really it was like a, you
active
know,
service.
active service. And like none of the men actually wanted more than one wife. And, you know, then the joke of like, well, one wife is hard enough. Like who would want more than one? Which I think that messaging around polygamy in the church also kind of made me feel like, well, why is one wife difficult even? You know what I mean? Like women are annoying. Like I just feel like that whole, it was just kind of a mess for me. And then when I was probably 12, 13 and really read the family proclamation for the first time, I had a very difficult time with the line that says the man will preside over the home. That was difficult for me. And I think also because in my home, it never felt that way. Like my parents are very much equal partners, almost in some ways, like my mom kind of will have the final say. You know, I think a lot of, at least people I grew up with, a lot of the families actually were like that. And so I had a hard time and was just kind of met with like, well, that's not what they meant by that word. And like, you know, it's an equal partnership and blah, blah, blah. And I remember kind of getting in trouble with, not in trouble, but I think I was wearing my parents down because I went and got the dictionary and looked up preside and like read at them. And I was like, why would they have used this word if that's not what they meant? You know, and like, if we're having the 12 apostles or whoever, they're all coming together to like put out this proclamation, like we're just going to say they all missed this. Like they're just accidentally saying this, you know, I don't understand. So stuff like that, those questions started to get more intense with like priesthood, polygamy, family, you know. Yeah.
You mentioned getting the message that you're purposely looking for problems to argue about, like being accused of being argumentative. Is that right?
Yes. That I was like being nitpicky, looking for problems. And I forget the verse, but this used to be quoted to me all the time. I think it's in Moroni in the Book of Mormon, where it's like, and if you look for problems in this record, you'll find them, you know, but because like the shortcomings of man or whatever, and people were just always like, if you look for problems, you're going to find them and you're looking for problems, you know, and that's your fault that you're troubled, you know, like this is because you're, you know, choosing your doubts over your faith and stuff. And I was always, you know, that's difficult to hear because it was like, no, I remember telling my parents a lot where I was like, if I didn't care about any of this, I wouldn't have questions, you know, but I care and I believe the church is true, which is why I want to resolve some of these things, you know, like if I didn't think it was true and it just wasn't a big deal to me, like I wouldn't care to look into any of this. But, you know, we're talking about eternity here, you know, like with what Mormonism teaches, whereas like I kind of want to make sure I understand, you know, and that anyways. Yeah. So like I never felt like I had bad intentions. And so it was always upsetting to be kind of reduced to like, you're just looking to like play devil's advocate or be nitpicky and anyways.
Yeah. How did you internalize that? How did you were talking about as a girl feeling like there was something wrong with you. Did that impact that? Like, how did you take that?
Yeah. I definitely took it as like, there must be something that I'm doing wrong. You know, like if I'm the only one bothered by this, or at least it looked like I'm the only one bothered by this, it must mean that my faith isn't as strong as other people's, or my heart's not in the right place. You know, I must not be as good as other people. And so that was difficult. And that's when I started to turn more to this line of thinking of like, well, if I'm extra faithful, you know, and if I'm extra good, these will go away or I'll have some moment of enlightenment and it'll all make sense to me, because that's what the church tells you, you know, and that's what people told me. And I really believed that, where I was like, okay, I'm going to be extra good, you know, and I'm going to do everything I'm supposed to do. And that's, you know, I'm sure we'll get into this, but I ended up going to BYU because of that and made a lot of later decisions because I thought it would kind of ease me of some of this.
And tying into this theme of like learning to trust yourself, like it's just very clear that, you're 12, well, let's say 6, you're 8, you're 10, you're 12. You're starting to look around the world and say, I think women and men are equal and should be treated equal. I think that women are worth as much as men. I think that men and women should lead together. That's what you're arriving at in terms of your worldview. But then you're finding sincere discrepancies with the church history or its doctrine, and then you're trying to vocalize them, and then you're being told that worldview that you're arriving at as your own intuitive one is wrong. It's evil. It's sinful. It's a sign of you being bad. Put it away. I don't love the overuse of the term gaslighting, but in a way, it's having you shrivel up your own emerging sense of the world and of values and ethics, and then asking you to adopt an appendage of a worldview that isn't really authentic to you. And in a way, you're self-denying. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of it. How does any of that word salad sound to you?
No, that actually, I think you did a really good job describing that. And I feel the same way. I don't want to use gaslighting too loosely, but it was almost like, depending on who I was talking to, it was either this worldview you've come to is wrong and evil, or people who were like, yeah, I don't even know how you're getting this out of church teachings that men are better than women, because the church believes that they're equal. And it's like, you're misinterpreting or you're misunderstanding, And so I was kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, depending on who you're talking to and how they've, interpreted some of the doctrine, you can get kind of a conflicting view. But it was very much either you're wrong point blank for how you feel, or no, like, I can't believe you're even getting this from church teachings, because in my house, me and my wife are equal, or like, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. And that's not what the church teaches. And so it was kind of like, I know I'm not stupid, like, I don't understand how anyways.
Yeah. That's confusing.
It was very confusing, and very much like, I think for me, kind of reinforced this feeling of like, I am incapable of interpreting church teachings myself. Like, I have to have a priesthood holder do it for me or help me, because clearly, no matter how you shake it, I'm coming to the wrong conclusion, Yeah. So
Interesting.
Yeah.
Makes me sad.
Absolutely.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, the way church services and classes are set up, it's so kind of scripted. Do you feel? Yeah, like in lessons, questions are asked, but everyone knows what the answer is. And so it's very easy. Like, anytime someone goes off script, it's sort of like, everyone looks at the person like, oh, are you a troublemaker?
Yes.
Right now. So it's so easy, I think, to all of a sudden, you're feeling sincere, you're really wanting to learn, and you're grappling because you care to be then identified. And that's deeply uncomfortable in a conformist sort of environment where you're so quickly identified as a threat. My question for you is, did you keep asking questions? Did it change the way you showed up? The response that you're having at this point of just like, no, I think you're finding problems because you want to find problems.
It definitely changed when I asked the questions and to whom. I mean, I definitely still would ask them, but I kind of tried to change my approach where, like, for example, by the time I hit high school, me and my brother and like 2 other kids in the high school were the only Mormons, right? But people only knew that me and my brother were Mormons. People didn't really know there were others. So we got hit with a bunch of, like some teasing, nothing crazy. And then lots of questions like that almost just felt like, like slaps in the face almost. Like, tell us about the Meadow Mountains massacre that like the Mormon pioneers did, and they killed all these people. And I'm in 9th, 10th grade and I've never heard of this, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then I find out in this really kind of embarrassing way, where like it's a group of people. And at one point I was put in a group chat with like there were probably 30, 40 phone numbers in this, and I didn't even have all of them saved. This was in high school, and someone sent an article about the history of African Americans not having the priesthood in the church, and they were like, so like, do you want to explain like why your church is racist, like why you believe in a racist church? And again, like I've never heard of any of this, you know, and I was like, it's like very troubling and upsetting, you know. And so my questions I more started to pose is like, I really believe that this church is true. I'm being hit with these really difficult questions. I want to answer them in a way that shows people the church is true. You know what I mean? And like, I'm trying to do a good thing here. And it, you know, especially too, because we are the only members of a church. It was so stressed. Like you have to be member missionaries and you have to be making a good impression all the time because everyone knows you're Mormon, you know? And so my questions started to shift more to like, well, I'm being accused of being racist and sexist and, you know, that I'm part of a church that's violent. You know, can we talk about these things more?
You're like, for the record, I did not ask this
for the
question.
record, this
I'm trying
wasn't
to
even
answer
my
this
question. Right, exactly. And I remember telling my parents how frustrating it was that like every single Sunday school, every Sunday, I could pretty much regurgitate the lesson. You know, I mean, we've been having the same lessons since I was a kid, and scripted is a really good way to put it, just because you're going bar for bar from the church manual, you know, and it's like conveniently none of these things are touched on. And when I would kind of bring this up, I was met with like, well, that's not what church is for. Like, we're not supposed to talk about difficult things. So
it's got to be confusing where you start out from a young age having legitimate questions. You're told they're bad and wrong. Then you go to high school, and then all these kids are coming at you with like real serious historical problems or doctrinal problems. And you're like, that's not real. That's not the church. And then you find out that you are, while the whole time you're being told to stop asking questions. And it's got to be, and I experienced it too, but it's got to be, that's got to be, and then to be told that your doubts and questions are associated with Satan and the adversary. Like we talk a lot about that when it comes to like sexual sin and stuff, but you're just having questions about like the priesthood and gender and the proclamation on the family. But when we talk about scrupulosity, you know, to what extent does the association of doubts and questions with Satan and the adversary potentially ratchet up the stakes to make perfectionism and scrupulosity maybe more on the table? Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, that makes sense. That definitely became, it got worse as I got older, where once I was, like, it had been drilled into me so much, I feel that, like, these questions are from Satan, and, like, you know, people who, you know, like, with the example of the historical questions, like the Mountain Meadow massacre and stuff, where it's like people are only getting this information from anti-Mormon sources that are put out by Satan, and the adversary is working so hard against the church and faithful members, where it was like this, it was almost used in like a roundabout way to try to tell me like, this is just more evidence that the church is true, you know, because of all this opposition that you're facing. And these people are just deceived and they misunderstand, you know what I mean? And so
house always wins.
Right. How heads I win, tails you lose. Like that's how it felt all the time. And so it was just kind of like me feeling still troubled kind of under the surface about a lot of this. I took that as like, there is something wrong, like something I'm not doing well enough, or something that, you know, I just am not, you know, maybe I wasn't as valiant in the premortal existence as other people. And so now I'm, you know, and it, just stuff like that, where like I internalized a lot of it as like, this is a me problem. You know, if no one else seems to care, like it must be me. So, yeah.
I have a question about young women's, your experience in young women's, and then I'm going to go a little more broad just as to like who you are in kind of your teen years. But like, so your experience of young women's, are you having questions in young women's? Like how was your experience with the young women's program? Did you feel in line with it? Did it feel like a balm? Did it feel troubling? I'm trying to get a sense for if it was more in the doctrine classes that you were feeling the questions, or was it in young women's too, in that third hour?
Or Or was it 2-hour church at this point?
Oh, it was 3 hours
Okay,
until
okay.
until I was 18.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
No, that's a good question. It kind of depended. Because, sometimes in Young Women's, we had the lessons on, our virtue, purity lessons. Those were always very upsetting to me. Not even that I had done anything, that made me feel like I'm no longer virtuous, but just things that, like some of the object lessons we had were
Absolutely.
like, I remember one was like, you can put a nail in a board and the atonement can take out the nail, but the hole is always there no matter what, and I was just kind of like, well, I learned in second hour right before this that the atonement's perfect, and it can fix and heal anything. So this doesn't make sense to me, like this lesson. And just lots of lessons about, how are you becoming the kind of woman that can strengthen her husband and her children. And I just, from a young age, I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to have kids. And I don't like, it's getting better now. But when I was really young, I was kind of like, I don't think I'm going to get married because I don't want to have someone else, that like I have to answer to or that has the final say over me or my children, like I don't know that I even want to do this. So this doesn't feel relevant to me, stuff like that. But then sometimes in Young Women's, it was more, I feel like community building, there were a lot of nice parts of it too. And I had wonderful Young Women's leaders, but all of them were stay-at-home moms and like very, and like some of the stuff they said too was almost like offensive to me because my mom has worked my whole life, and so just some things where I was like, well, I'm turning out fine. My brothers are fine. My parents are happily married. Like,
that's right.
My mom's not selfish or whatever, because she's working and I don't feel like she's neglected her duties as a mother at all. So that kind of brought up some tension for me too.
I actually remember from grad school, there's some data that show that kids raised in a home where both parents work by some metrics are the most well-adjusted.
Like some of the outcomes or
Yeah.
And did you have potential career ambitions or aspirations in high school that then you had to try and reconcile with the proclamation and with the messages you were getting?
Yes. I actually, in high school, I knew I wanted to go to law school, which is funny because then when I was in college, I abandoned the idea and it wasn't until my last year that I decided to do law school. But I knew I wanted to do something, like I wanted to work. I always really admired my mom for how hard she worked because my mom worked 2 and 3 jobs when I was growing up. She's an occupational therapist and she would work Monday to Friday in a clinic. And then on weekends, she would do hospital work or rehab facilities. And she's very good at what she does. And then my dad, he's a golf professional. So he, hospitality industry, you're working 360 days of the year, so it was just kind of never a question to me. Like, yeah, I'm going to work, I'm going to go to college. I'm going to work. That's what I want to do. And I kind of had some, where I was just kind of like, well, if me and my husband are both working, why am I also primarily responsible for our kids? Like, why would it not be an even split kind of thing? Because I feel like my parents it always felt like a pretty even split. They both really were wonderful parents. And if my mom was working late, my dad made dinner, or whatever it was. Like, it didn't feel like any more of it necessarily fell on my mom than my dad. Like, it was like my mom expected my dad to be a dad too, and so some of the lessons that I had in church, I was kind of like, I don't know.
That's interesting because that really points to actually some of your family differentiating actually from the traditional Mormon way. Were there other points of differentiation? Because kind of what I'm hearing is like that patriarchal preside, not really so much a thing, and also the working aspect and roles.
I'm trying to think. I know that we were more lax about some things. Like, we were not great at fasting on Sundays, that kind of stuff. We were more laid back with. But for the most part, other than that, we were pretty, I mean, I even stuff like when I was 5, 6 years old and you start getting like cash in your birthday cards, it was like, hey, you got to pay tithing on that, and like, you've got to stuff like that.
Okay, I have a follow-up.
Mhm.
So your relationship with your mom and dad around work,
Mhm.
were they differentiated in what they wanted for you or in how they communicated, like school or education or a job for you?
Or traditional homemaking.
Yeah, or did they actually, speak something different for you than maybe they were modeling?
No, I'm very fortunate. My parents were always very supportive of me, and my mom, especially from when I was little, was like, you can do anything you want to do. Like no matter what you want to do, you can do it. Your father and I will help you do it. And they were very, I don't know if some of this is because I was their oldest or the only girl or what, but they were very much like, and they still are like this, very proud of me and very much telling people like, our daughter's so smart and like she's in all gifted classes and she got into BYU and she's going to college. And they were, almost more excited than me when I got into law school, but like from a young age where it's like, they were just kind of like, yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And it's just a testament to people's ability to compartmentalize. Because for our never Mormons out there, there's this thing called the Proclamation on the Family that the LDS Church, the Mormon Church, issued in like 1995. It's like a little constitution honoring the family. It's a one-page thing. And it literally says a husband's place is to preside and provide. So they're in charge and they make the money.
Yes.
And then a mother's job is to nurture, primarily to nurture the children. And so that's a proclamation that, timely enough, now that Dallin H. Oaks has been called as the prophet of the Mormon Church, just like last week. And there's a general conference where at least I think one or two general authorities declared the Proclamation of the Family as doctrine. So like on the one hand, there's that, and people like Mormons hang the proclamation up on the walls of their homes. On the other hand, there's your parents. And it just shows that like clearly they would say, of course we believe in the proclamation. And of course we love the church. And of course we follow the prophet. And there's a parallel track in their mind where they're not following that. And they're supporting you if you don't want to follow that. And they still see themselves as devout Orthodox Mormons. It just shows that we all are complex, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. And it's funny, too, because we have it on the wall in my house. Like we always had it on the wall growing up.
That's awesome.
And I think like, I don't really know how to describe it because it was almost like, it's like in a perfect world, we would love it to be like this. But my parents it was almost kind of like, but this is a 2-income world. You know what I mean? Like
which is more and more true.
Which is more and more true. And like, realistically, where I think for my mom too, it's kind of like, well, we can't provide for you guys with just one income right now. Like if I want my kids to be nurtured and taken care of, like this is something I have to do. And it was just, like it was just interesting. And I remember I have a lot of younger cousins. So my parents are both the oldest of their siblings. And then I'm the oldest cousin or the oldest of theirs. So I've got like 15 younger cousins on my dad's side and then younger cousins on my mom's side. And I was just not very good with kids. Like I liked kids fine. And, I babysat a lot in high school. And one of my high school jobs actually was working at a daycare, which was fine. Like I liked kids, but my brother was really good with kids. Like just kind of, naturally, like they were drawn to him and he was so funny and like, just could relate to them better, where I kind of was like almost jealous because I was like, this is what I'm supposed to be good at. You know what I mean? And I just don't feel super drawn to this, and like my brother, it's supposed to be flipped. Like he's supposed to be more ambitious, showing some of the things I'm showing, but he's got this natural ability to just like, like he almost was like, he's more nurturing than me and I don't have that. And so that was like, not like super tough or anything, but just kind of weird, and also kind of made me feel like something must be wrong with me, and I remember telling my mom when I was a teenager, like, I don't know that I'm going to have kids. I don't really want to. Like, I don't feel like I don't have this like maternal pull that other women seem to have. And she was always kind of like, you'll change your mind, like when it's time for you to have kids, like your feelings will change. And maybe they will, like there's still obviously time. Maybe I will change my mind, but I just didn't have the same draw to that I thought I was supposed to have. So
as a teen, I'm curious, your relationship with school, what interests you had kind of in your teen years, how you would describe yourself.
I was very academically motivated. I loved like academic validation. I like tried to take as many AP classes as I could, honors classes in high school. And I knew I wanted to go to college. I think part of that was probably because I'm not the most athletic. I didn't play an instrument or anything. Like school was my thing, you know, that I was good at. And I was particularly interested in like history, reading, stuff like that. And I just knew I wanted to, do something with that in college and later in life. So that was always kind of my thing.
Yeah.
Okay, last question before we go to BYU and mission. When we talk about scrupulosity, for those who don't know, it's a subtype of obsessive compulsive disorder that's just religious in context or focus. And so while, you know, there's cleanliness OCD where it might be hand washing, or safety OCD that might be flipping light switches or that sort of thing, or hoarding is another type of OCD. Religious OCD is like obsessions around cleanliness and purity spiritually. And it can manifest in lots of different ways, including hyper religiosity, hyper praying, hyper reading the scriptures, hyper confessing, hyper obedience, and or it can manifest in hyper rumination, where you're constantly worrying and ruminating about your worthiness and spirituality and those sorts of things. Did you have any compulsions as a part of your emerging scrupulosity, let's just say up through your senior year of high school, which again would have been behavioral based or ruminations, or did those come later, or did they ever come?
Most of those came later.
Okay.
It wasn't until BYU and my mission specifically that those started to get bad. But high school, it was more, at that point, it was still more just almost like obsession with wanting to understand like the truth of things and live according to what was right. You know, like I really wanted to, I think some of that comes from the church is very much like, we're the one true church, you know, and there's one truth and we have it. Yeah. And I really was obsessed with trying to find that.
I had that.
Yes. But more of the like compulsive behaviors, those started to really show up later.
Okay. So anything else you want to share about your family / Mormon upbringing before, I guess you went to BYU before mission? Is that right?
Yes. I did a year and a half before my mission at BYU.
Okay.
I think we pretty much covered everything. I think I would just say like kind of what I said earlier, in spite of, you know, some of the more difficult things I'm sharing, my childhood and teenage years were very happy. And I'm fortunate that I've always had a wonderful relationship with my family. And yeah.
So you'd say your Mormon upbringing sounds like was very positive with some challenges.
Yes, no, for sure. There was overall definitely positive. And I still at that point was, you know, in spite of my own difficulties with stuff, I think because I really did believe it was a me problem, I still was like, this church can make everybody happier. You know, like this is the truth. And like, I want to share it with everybody, you know, where like, I don't know, it was like my issues I had were more unique to me and not the church, you know, like it was me and I was going to have to work through those. But in the meantime, this can be good for everybody. And, you know,
Did you apply to any other universities or did just BYU? Like, were you very sure?
I actually did. I was not super excited about BYU at first. I more applied because my family really wanted me to. I applied, this is ironic now because I go to LSU, but I applied to Alabama for college. Roll Tide. Don't tell anyone I said that. Just kidding.
You can get shot.
Yeah, seriously.
That secret is so safe.
Right. Yeah. So I got into Alabama. I actually got a full ride and I was very excited about that. I'd worked really hard to get my ACT score to get it was close to a full ride. And then after I got accepted to BYU, they sent me something else and they were like, we'll actually cover everything if you come here. So I don't know exactly how that works. And then I applied to another school in Louisiana, and just, you know, other places that I wasn't taking as seriously. And my senior year, my grandmother, my dad's mom, who is a member of the church, she was like, I really want you to go to BYU, blah, blah, blah. And I was kind of like, well, I got a full ride to 2 other schools and BYU offered me nothing, like I got
Whoa.
in, but they offered no scholarship.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, I don't really think they want me either. Like I don't.
It's mutual.
Yeah, it's mutual. Like, and I was like, I know it's a lot less expensive, because I'm a member of the church, but it's more expensive than free. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And she was like, well, I want you to go visit. I'm going to pay for you to go visit one of your friends that's out there for a week, see how you feel. And if you decide to go, I'll pay for it. Like, which, very kind offer. And I'm very fortunate to have the family that I do. And so I went out for a week and loved Utah. I'd never been. It was, it's hard not to love it here. It's so beautiful. And I had a lot of fun, and I've, was thinking about it more, but I still was kind of like, I don't know, like that it makes sense for me. And then right before, I think it was April of my senior year of high school. It's like right before I had to send a decision in, my mom was like, well, you should pray about it, and I was kind of like, you should pray about it. Like, okay, but I don't know that I'm whatever. Like, so I prayed and ended up actually getting what I felt like was an answer to a prayer, or to that prayer, which was when I had visited BYU, the friend I was staying with, her roommate played this one song constantly. Like, it was actually kind of annoying, but she played it 24/7. And every time I heard that song after, it made me think of Utah.
What was the song?
It was I Like Me Better by, I forget the band. It was like a popular pop song at the time.
Okay.
And
Is that Miley Cyrus?
not Miley. It was like,
It doesn't matter.
yeah, sorry, I have no idea. But I said this prayer, like, okay, Heavenly Father, like, if you care where I go to school, tell me where to go. And I started hearing the song all the time, like everywhere. And I was kind of like, okay, maybe I should go. Cause I was like, I think cause I was so anxious, I was like, well, I'm afraid I'm going to get struck by lightning if I don't go now, like maybe this is really God telling me to go. And so I went, and I'm glad I did. I loved BYU. I love Utah, but that was, yeah.
And had you received witnesses in prayer from the Holy Ghost or from God by your perception in other instances growing up?
The only one that I remember experiencing was actually, it was right after my baptism. So I was 8, and my mom's family, they're not Mormons, they're just Christians. And my grandparents on her side had given me this Bible for my baptism. And anyways, it was a Sunday, and that Sunday we had been learning about the pearl of great price. And, God tells Moses, like, I have more worlds than grains of sand, which, like, crazy to be teaching to 8-year-olds, I think. Like, I don't, I could never have understood that. But I remember being very upset, like very troubled, where I was like, how could I ever possibly believe that God would know who I am? If we're saying he's got more worlds than grains of sand, like, I don't, that was just really upsetting. And that night, my poor mom, I was probably annoying her because I was like, can you explain this to me? I don't understand. Like, I'm really upset. And I feel like there's no chance that God knows who I am, or loves me like I've been taught. And she was finally kind of like, Gracie, like, go say a prayer about it. Like, read your scriptures and say a prayer about it. And so I said a prayer and then opened that, like, Bible my grandparents had gotten me. And I forget the verse. It was somewhere in the Old Testament where it was like, I knew you like before you were formed in the womb. And, I remember feeling very comforted and warm. And I took that as like, okay, maybe I don't understand everything, but God loves me. And so that was probably the biggest time I can remember, like, really feeling the Spirit like that.
I love that story. I think it really illustrates how deeply you considered what you heard, It's really special. You're like really hearing it, applying it, thinking about it in a very serious way. Yeah, to you.
That's very nice. Thank you. I think probably a lot of that had to do with how anxious I was even as a kid, and just this fear that I was misunderstanding something. But I did always care a lot, and so I think, like we said earlier, that was part of why it was so hurtful when people were like, you're just looking for problems, because I was like, no, I'm like really upset, and I want this to go away so that so
I think that's a Jeremiah 1:4-5, kind of that
Yes,
scripture chase scripture.
I think that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Look at your scripture chase.
I know, scriptorian
Teen
over
self
here.
coming
No.
out.
I the Old Testament year, my freshman year of high school, I really got into it. So
Weren't you scripture chase champion?
for that freshman year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's impressive. My dad was my seminary teacher in high school, and he always wanted me to memorize all the verses, and I never could. Or, well, I probably could have, but I never did.
But it was only my freshman year, so that's all I got. Old Testament's
more
all
than
I got.
did.
Well, it's stuck.
Yeah,
Look at see. There we go.
All right, so BYU, you avoided Southern SEC sorority culture.
I did. I did, just narrowly, which actually was a letdown. Since I was a kid, I had looked forward to being in a sorority, because everyone was, like, my mom was in a sorority, all my aunts were, my grandmother, like, it was such a big part of the culture, and I had a friend that was older than me that was at Alabama too, and she was in a sorority, and she and a lot of her friends were like already talking to me about, like some pre-rush stuff, maybe being in the same one as them. And I was very much looking forward to that. And the side of my family, so my mom's side, that's not Mormon, they were kind of like, you should go to Alabama. Like, that would be so fun.
Interesting.
And like, that would be, and you got it paid for. Like, how can you, like, I think some of my family on that side was like, you got a full ride to Alabama and you went to a school you had to pay for. Like, I think to them, they were like, so confused by it. And actually my mom's half sister, she went to Alabama. She and her husband went there, and so they were very much like, roll tide, like, you gotta go. But everyone was supportive of me going to BYU. So
have you heard of Rush Talk? Do you know what that is?
Oh yes, I love Rush Talk.
Tell people what that is.
It's the videos all the girls make during Rush with like what they're wearing and what day of Rush it is and what sororities they hope to get into, and then it ends with they open their bids on bid day and they find out if they got matched to one they want.
And this is on TikTok. That's why it's TOK, not TALK. Right?
Yes. Rush Talk.
But also there's the dances that the sororities do.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Some of them are quite impressive. The themes they do and the costumes. Yeah. It's a big deal.
And Margie, just so you don't think I'm creepy, I learned about this in the New York Times.
There we go. No, it's a big deal. They like cover it and like, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, they're talking about Rush Talk and the drama. So,
So did this register a little bit as a loss for you or a sacrifice? Or, did you just kind of flip the script when you decided to go to BYU? Because it really does sound like, even as you're describing it, you had a bit of an attachment and a plan.
Yeah, I think I definitely registered it as kind of a mix of like loss and sacrifice. Right before I decided to go to BYU, I remember sitting in, it was like Sunday school or something, and I forget what the lesson was about, but I enjoyed church, and it was something where I was like, I'm afraid if I go to Alabama, I'm not going to keep going to church. And there was always,
and that's actually true.
Yeah, right.
That's why the Mormon Church wants people to go to BYU.
Exactly.
Because you would have dated non-Mormon boys.
And you're questioning self.
And my questioning self. And I, from a young age, I forgot to say this earlier, but again, like before I was even baptized, I remember this dread that I was going to leave the church one day. Like this horrible, horrible feeling of like, I am going to fall away one day and I'm not going to make it because at the time, it's because I was truly like, it's like sad to think about me that young being like, there's something wrong with me, that this isn't resonating with me as much as it does with other people. But now I think it's because just the way that I am, it was just in such opposition to how I felt about the world that I was like, it was almost inevitable. Like I just was like, I'm so afraid I'm going to leave. And so my college decision, a large part of that was like, if I go to Alabama, I am so scared that I will not go to church anymore. I will, I'll drink alcohol or I'll like be in a sorority.
It's like the carnal man.
Yes, exactly.
Or something.
Yes.
And so learn about feminism and secularism.
Right.
and about feminism and career opportunities for women.
Right.
And
Yeah. And I just was like, literally, this is so funny because I say funny, but and growing up, I was never a girl who like thought about being married or like dreamed about her wedding. And, like I almost like envied that and my friends who were that way. Cause I wanted to be like that, but I just wasn't. But I remember being like, I'm never going to get married if I go to Alabama because I'm not, cause I still was like, if I get married, it has to be in the church and there are no Mormons there. Like I'm not going to date anyone in the church. And honestly, if there were, like, maybe this is me being judgmental or like stereotypical, but I was kind of like, if there are Mormons there, they're probably weird, and I probably wouldn't want to date them. Like, where it just was like, I'm going to lose church if I go there. So I have to go to BYU. And then there was also this hope of like, well, I'm doing this really hard thing because I feel like God told me to. And so I should then in turn, which like maybe is bad to think about it as like a transactional thing, but I was like, all I want is for my doubts to go away, and so maybe that'll happen if I go. And anyways, yeah.
Plus possibly cute Mormon boys.
Right. Possibly the dating will be better. Everyone was like, oh, you're going to get snatched up so fast. And like, you're going to be home for Christmas and like, you'll already be engaged. And yeah, that did not happen.
It does happen.
It does happen. Did not happen to me, but that's probably a good thing.
So how was your first year or two of BYU?
I loved it. I really did.
What year is it that you're entering BYU?
Fall of 2018.
Okay. So pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I loved it. I had really great friends. I feel like I, just kind of fell in love with it really fast. I made friends really quickly. I was in the dorms, so that's easy to, Helaman. Yep. I was in Stover.
Oh, fun.
Yes. Just everyone was very nice. I think the hardest part about going to BYU was a little bit of a culture shock with how different it is out here. Like I remember feeling kind of like the ugly duckling on my like dorm hall because all the girls were like stunningly beautiful. Like, I mean, just, I think the beauty standards just being a little bit different, but I felt like everyone had like long, thick blonde hair and like they all were tan and, like perfect makeup and they were all really skinny and like none of those things are bad. Like I was friends with all these girls and they were so sweet, but I remember being like, I gotta up my game out here. Like it's, I think just there was more of a focus on that stuff out here, which I wasn't expecting because I feel like in the South too, there's also a lot of emphasis on like, like Southern Belle culture, like being pretty and you don't go out without makeup on and stuff like that. But let me tell you.
That sounded like Rush Talk for a second.
Yeah, no, like kind of. We were, they were onto the Rush Talk trends before it became a thing. Like it was.
But BYU being next level.
Next
in that way.
level. Yes. Especially among, and like, I remember registering this at the time, but not really thinking about it, but especially the freshman girls, like younger girls. And I, now I really believe that's because you want to get married, and then once you get married, that kind of becomes less of a priority. But yeah, it was, threw me for a loop for a little bit, but it, other than that, I really had a great first year. So
dating?
I didn't date my first year. I didn't date at all until after my mission. I mean, I would go on like, first dates and stuff, but I don't know. I don't think I really liked anyone yet. And I don't think a lot of the guys liked me either because there are multiple dates I can think of where, like early on, they're wanting to talk to you about like, so when are you thinking you're going to get married? And like, what are your priorities? Like, are you going to serve a mission? Stuff like that they're trying to vet early on.
And did they want you to serve a mission?
Oh, no. That was always like a huge turnoff. If you're like, I'm going to go on a mission, because then you got to, I'm not in the marriage market anytime soon, These
were RMs?
These were, like, or even like freshman guys. I guess they didn't care as much if you went on a mission because they were going to go on one too. But I remember like there were a handful of dates where I this is like funny because I don't really think of myself as an argumentative or confrontational person, but there were a few dates that were just awful. And these guys being like, well, I don't like, it's really important for me that my wife doesn't work. like would say that to me on dates. And I would be like, what do you think I'm here doing? Do you think I go to school, you know, like, do you know that? Like, I don't like, who do you think you're talking to? And I just was kind of like, well, why do you say that? You know, like if I get a degree and I want to work, you're seriously telling me that would turn you off? And they were like, yeah, because on my mission, like one guy was like, on my mission, the homes where the mom was selfless enough to stay home with the children had the strongest spirit. Then like those where the mom worked. And I literally was like, you are so full of it. Like that, like, I was like, that is, I can't. I was just kind of like, you're dumb. Like you're dumb. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I think I told him, I was like, confirmation bias. Like that's just what you believe. And so you go into homes and that's like, it's like, I can't. Like yeah, date ended early. We never spoke again. Just stuff like that where I was like, this cannot be real. Because even in the South, I didn't experience that, you know, where I feel like the South is very conservative in a lot of ways. But yeah, out here I was kind of like, and I'm anyways, I'm more, it's easier for me to be like true to how I feel and a little more outspoken now. But at the time, I especially was not argumentative, but something about those guys like pulled it out of me where I was like, I just can't. So
that's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
How did you experience the education part? How were your classes? How was the learning aspect for you?
I loved it. I changed my major a lot in college. I started actually as a political science major because I wanted to do law school. I didn't love my poli-sci classes, so I switched around a bunch and ended up I was an art history major for most of college, which I loved. But yeah, I really loved my classes. I love, like I said, I love academic validation. I love working hard and like getting a good grade. The grade scale at BYU is difficult. That was a little humbling. Like I think to have an A when I was there, you had to have 95 or higher in the class. So I had like my first B actually was in Book of Mormon with Brad Wilcox. Which, yeah.
How was he as the Book of Mormon teacher?
He was good. He's very charismatic, you know, so you're never bored in his class. But he said some stuff during class that was hard for me. And I think I put this in my outline. I went to his office hours one week because he said something in class that hinted at like the celestial marriage being polygamy, you know, like we're going to live in polygamy in eternity. And
that's what DNC 132 says.
Oh my gosh. See, and you know, that's what it says. But every time I had a question about it, people were like, you're crazy. That's not actually what, you know what I mean? Like, that's not actually what is going to happen. And I was
it's
like,
in the scriptures, but it's not a thing.
Right. Like, why does it say that then? I don't understand. And like, you know, I would pull like conference talks and stuff that referenced it. And then I'm hit with like, well, you're not supposed to, like those leaders have passed away. Like they're, you know, like we just listen to what
modern
living.
prophets.
Right. Anyways. Sorry.
I rolled.
No, yeah, sorry.
It's good. No, it's fine.
That
it's
attitude.
Good. It's good.
But I went to
hey, can we just validate the feeling of being dismissed repeatedly though?
Yeah, you're constantly battling your insides in this narrative.
Right. And I just, like I said, like house always wins, you know, where it's like, if I'm pulling a conference talk, it's like, well, that's not a modern prophet. He died in the 90s or whatever. So we can't really take what he says. But I'm like, well, some of the stuff he said we take, you know what I mean? Like who is making this decision?
Like because they also said women should stay home, right? They're going to quote them. When
they also said that women who chose to work, their families would not be as blessed. So anyways, but I went to his office and I was like, hey, you know, and I'm like, this is like probably my third or fourth week of school. And I'm, you know, anyways, so I didn't really know how to word it to him, but I was like, you know, you said in class that like we live in polygamy in the celestial kingdom, and I really have a hard time with that. And I don't think that's actually what God expects of us. And he was kind of like, you know, he was very nice. He was like, well, you know, we don't know for sure what everything is going to look like, but I will say the same way that you have your agency now, you'll have it in the next life. And so he was like, so if your husband, like, let's say, like if you pass away and your husband is resealed to another woman, you will have the choice if you want to, like in the afterlife, you don't have to stay. If you don't want to live in polygamy, you can, you know, separate. And I was kind of like, in my head, I'm like, okay, so I can either be, you know, wife number 4 or live alone for all of eternity. Like,
Yeah.
create options. Thank you. I
And
just
not
was
be
like,
celestial.
right. And also
potentially,
like,
oh,
where do my kids go? If my kids are sealed to my husband and
Right.
I choose not to be there because I was kind of like, I would never choose that. Then I'm just literally alone. Like I'm just floating through like the telestial kingdom by myself because I didn't want to be in a polygamous marriage. So anyways, but I didn't really, I felt like it would have been disrespectful if I countered with that. So I was kind of like, okay, thanks. Like, yes, I feel
you cleared
better.
that right up.
Yes, like I can't believe I didn't think of that. Like, yeah, my bad.
I mean, yeah, because you're not going to challenge Brad Wilcox at BYU.
Yeah, I
as
don't
a freshman,
think.
right?
Sure.
As a freshman woman.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I hadn't even turned 19 yet. And I honestly, I don't think I would have challenged any of my professors, but especially the way that he was in the class, very charismatic and very nice, but also this like air of authority, you know, like he is, and now he is like a church, like he's in the young men's.
He just got
presidency.
released, but he was in the young men's presidency for like many years.
Okay. Yeah. So he, you know, it's like on some level he is like a major authority, you know? So,
for sure.
Yeah. And I just, again, took that as like, well, maybe I'm inherently jealous and I'm like, whatever. And maybe that's a me problem.
I don't like to share.
And like in the next life, jealousy will be taken away from me and like, whatever. And that was just, that was kind of one of those things where every time I was told that, like, jealousy isn't going to be in the celestial kingdom or whatever, I was like, well, I think it will for me. Like, am I still going to be me? You know, like if I'm married to my husband and I love him, like, is my love going to be diluted? You know what I mean? Like, am I not going to feel that as strongly either? Like to the point where I just wouldn't be jealous if he's in another marriage. You know what I mean? So
these are all very good questions.
Well, I just was kind of like, I don't know, you know, like, and I think now it's easier for me to be like, no, some of this is part of who I am and that's not a bad thing. But at the time, it was very much like, oh, okay, so I am too territorial or I'm too, like I'm greedy, I'm selfish, you know, whatever. And that is something that I'm going to have to fix in myself.
You're like, add it to my list of things.
Let's pull the journal out, like add another line, like, yeah. So
you're just continually getting the message that your thoughts are bad, your thoughts are wrong, you're wrong.
Yes.
You're doing it wrong.
I'm selfish, I'm looking for problems, I'm secular, you know, all of that. And I really was kind of like, okay, that must be what it is, you know? And I remember like, and when I was in the dorms at BYU, like just not, I mean, I would have horrible, like spiraling feelings of dread of just like, heaven does not sound like it's going to be heaven for me. You know, like it sounds like, and two, because it's kind of mixed with this weird, like, just to give more context, like, you know, when you die, you're in the spirit world and you can still make decisions. And then after this life, we're going to keep living. And after the resurrection, we're going to have our bodies and we're going to keep doing stuff, which that actually always kind of appealed to me. Like there's always work to be done. I'm always going to be doing something, accomplishing things. I liked that. But I was like, well, what if my husband doesn't get remarried to another woman in this life, but what if he does in the next life? You know, and what if I'm never truly free from this possibility that my, you know, monogamous marriage would be taken from me? And like, then I'm faced with this horrible decision of like, do I leave my family? And like, you know, if I break the seal with my husband and I'm not in the celestial kingdom anymore, does that mean I'm not with my mom and dad? I'm not with my brothers? Like, if I have kids, am I ever going to see them? You know, so just this horrible dread of like, I just felt trapped almost, you know, because I was a girl. Like I mean, as cliche as that sounds, that's how I felt. And I just was like, there's no out for me. And heaven does not feel like it's going to be heaven. And like, maybe I would prefer to be in the terrestrial or telestial kingdom if it means I'm not subjected to polygamy, you know? So that was my first semester at BYU. That was starting to like come up for me. So
just as an aside, this is so powerful. Thank you for being so vulnerable.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, there's an idea now that young Mormon women are leaving the church at higher rates than young Mormon men. And I think you're giving us a really good, and that's part of why we chose your application, because you're giving us a really good insight into why that might be for some of the women, right? But the thing that's blowing my mind is there's this idea in current socio discourse that certain college-based ideologies are radicalizing our youth, and that it's college education is part of what's radicalizing and perverting the minds of our youth. But like, you couldn't have had a more conservative religious upbringing.
No.
And you couldn't have attended, I mean, you could have gone to Bob Jones University or Liberty University,
Right.
but like, other than Bob Jones or Liberty University, you literally couldn't have gone to a more conservative school that was more traditional.
Right.
And so this stuff is just pure you.
Yeah. I went to the Lord's University. This was supposed to go away from me.
And believing.
And fully believing.
And wanting
Yeah.
to be good and do right. Like,
Yeah. And
this is like really powerful to me.
I hadn't thought about that aspect, though, that you just said again, was that somewhere in your psyche, it was kind of like, but if I go, maybe it will all go away.
It'll get
Like
better.
maybe, so is that part of why you were so low too in that semester, is because you're like, wait, I'm here and I'm feeling like worse than ever about some of these things.
Yeah. That was difficult. Like, I was like, I'm having the worst like existential dread I've ever had. And like the worst feeling of being like powerless and like worse than I've ever had. And it's like, I don't think I could have done anything more in line with, like, at least for Mormons, like, this is the way, you know, this is how you do it. And I think, again, like, not to keep saying this, but the reason I was so troubled and so upset and felt this horrible anxiety and fear is because I really, really believed in the church. I was 100% bought in, you know, and that's why this was so concerning. And that's part of, like, again, why it was so upsetting that questions and these feelings of fear I had being associated with, well, you're looking to sin, or you're looking to nitpick the church, you're looking to pull people away from the church, you know. And it's like, actually I'm like, feel like I'm white knuckling the steering wheel right now, trying to hold on so hard because I, you know, like, I want to be here so bad. And I really, like, I was, because, you know, then the church does so much good too, you know. I was like, I want, like, there's a lot of good in this for me too. And anyways, so I was just,
you want to please your parents and, you know.
Absolutely. And I want to be, you know, like, I thought a lot about, you know, well, the premortal existence. And so my future kids are watching me right now. And, you know, like, kind of this feeling too of like, this was something that was always a big thing for me since I was a kid, is like, there's no privacy, you know, like, you're always being watched, the constant surveillance, either by church leaders, other members, people in the spirit world, people in the premortal life, like, everyone's watching me. And I feel like I'm really trying to be as good as I possibly can, you know. And like, my children watching this, like, I want them to be proud of their mom, and like, I want them to be like excited to come be my child on this earth. Like, as silly as that sounds, saying it out loud, like, I just was really trying to clear some of this up because I so intensely believed, like, no, because this is all true. And so I have to fix why I'm not, like, you know, like, why I feel upset about some of it.
So give voice to, you say you were spiraling in the dorms. Can you give voice to what your brain, if your brain were to give voice to that spiraling, what was your brain saying as you were spiraling?
Kind of just this repeated feeling or thought that, like, you'll never be happy, you know, like, you'll never be, no matter how good you are, or like, no matter what you do that's right, you'll never be truly happy, because it will always come down to, well, does your husband want to take another wife?
Totally.
Like, and I can't tell him no, you know, like, I don't get a say in that. And if I leave, because that would never make me happy, I leave, then I'm alone, you know, and that doesn't sound good either. So it's like, I'm either going to have to pacify myself or just, like, learn to get over it. And learn to be happy and like eternal polygamy, or I need to be happy being eternally alone, you know?
Yeah.
So it was just kind of this horrible fear of like, does it even matter that I'm trying to do everything good right now? Because it kind of looks like I'm going to be unhappy no matter what.
It can be
So.
taken from you
Mhm.
through your husband's decisions, that you have that presiding thing and that
Right.
sort of patriarchal thing.
Mhm.
You can do all the things, and he
Right.
can decide and kind of null and void your own desires for
Mhm.
your existence and for your own family.
Right. And like, just with that, no matter how you want to look at it, no matter how you spin it, my husband is going to be my link to God. You know,
Yeah.
like you can tell me all day long, you pray to God and he answers you, and that's great. But like at the end of the day, I don't hold the priesthood. You know, my future husband will be the one who holds the priesthood. He'll be the one to pull me through the veil. He'll be the one to get me exalted, whatever. And like, but so it's really kind of like, really like boiling it down even further is like I either have to choose God or like choose myself, you know, and that was a very difficult and scary feeling to be having. And it just, I had a really, something that okay, how do I want to say this? My whole life, my anxiety, when it gets really bad, I won't sleep for like long periods of time. Like, I'll sleep like an hour or two at night, but it'll be like weeks or months of I'm just like barely sleeping because I'm so high, like I'm wound so tight. And that happened a little bit when I was a kid. I don't even know. I don't know what I had to be so anxious about when I was 5 years old, but I was just like not sleeping. I was freaking out all the time. And then I grew out of it. And then that didn't come back until a little bit in college. With some of this, I would just lay in bed and just stare at my ceiling and be like, I'm doomed to unhappiness no matter what I do. And then it got worse too when I was a missionary later. But
Okay.
And for our Never Mormons, explain why the choice was to be unhappy in a Mormon eternal marriage or to be alone. Why theologically or doctrinally was alone the other option?
Yeah. So, you know, you get sealed in the temple to your family. And I'm trying to think of like, I should be able to explain this. I used to be a missionary.
No, that's right. And those families go to heaven
and
forever.
Those families
together.
go to heaven forever. But when his second coming happens and we're all resurrected into our bodies, it's my husband who will pull me through the veil into the celestial kingdom with God and Jesus Christ, because I'm not able, for whatever reason, I can't go through the veil myself. So when I'm only there in the celestial kingdom because I'm married to a worthy man who holds the priesthood. If I choose to break that seal to him and to be away from him, I can no longer be at that level of the celestial kingdom as a single woman. I would have to be with another man. Since I'm choosing to be away from him, then I'm alone. So then I'm leaving. If everyone I love is in the celestial kingdom, my parents, my siblings, my grandparents, my future children, everyone's there, and I'm choosing to leave, I'm just in a lower kingdom by myself.
For eternity.
Yeah, okay. For eternity. Yeah.
Wow. So what did you do when you hit that low? This is your freshman year?
This is my freshman year. I had I really did enjoy my freshman year, but there was a lot of some of my like anxious tendencies started to get really bad. I developed a minor, it wasn't terrible, but an eating disorder where I was throwing up a lot. I think not even so much to like try to lose weight, although that was definitely on my mind, you know, with the girls on my hall, but it was more, that was how I was coping with some of the anxiety, which like,
you were just very dysregulated.
And it was, you know, at a point where sometimes like I don't want to like overshare. I'm not trying to be gross, but like I didn't even need to try to make myself throw up. I would just throw up from anxiety. And like that was just, and then it became a coping mechanism for a little bit. Yeah. And I ended up, because I decided my second semester of college that I wanted to go on a mission, I was like, they're not going to send me if they think I have an eating disorder. So I need to get this under control. And so it was fine. Like I dealt with it and it went away. But that was like the level of anxious that I was.
Yeah.
So.
Torment.
Yes.
Really?
Like as I've sometimes like hesitate to say stuff like that because I don't want to be dramatic, but like I was tormented, by some of these feelings.
I so relate. When I was a freshman at BYU, on the one hand, I was loving every minute of it. And on the other hand, inside, I was like, I haven't gotten my full testimony yet. And I'm not sure the church is true. And that soon I've got to go on a mission. And I was kind of feeling pulled apart inside, not knowing what to do.
Yes. And I think like so similar to how I was feeling, except I would flip the testimony part where like I had what I felt like was a full testimony. And so it was almost this, like, I felt like I knew I was going to be unhappy. You know, it's like, because I have such a testimony, like this is all true.
Wow.
You know, and
That's
so
harder.
So the
like,
testimony almost made it
worse. Yeah. Cause it was like, no, this is all true. Like I feel like I never, in all of this, you know, like leading my whole life is like, I never actually doubted if the church was true or not. It was always, I'm doubting myself. And that it just really culminated as I was entering like young adulthood. Cause it was just like, no, this is all true. And so I'm in a bad spot, you know, like unless I fix whatever is wrong with me, like I'm going to be just so unhappy. So.
Because the most wicked people in the church are the ones who know the truth. And,
yes.
Right?
Yes. No, I'm glad you said that because that was a big thing too. And that was part of why.
Repeat what you learned or whatever.
Yes. Okay. So the worst sin is denying the Holy Ghost. So if you have a testimony, you know the church is true, which we can talk about this later, but like knowing you can't. Anyways, the point is that you have faith. Like you can't know, but I digress. If you know the church is true and you end up leaving, then you have apostatized. That is the worst sin you can commit. And it's like under that is murder and under that is breaking the law of chastity.
In other words, it's worse than murder.
Worse than murder. Yeah. Like, and so I think I just was this horrible, again, like, I feel like I sound so melodramatic on this podcast, but like, since I was a kid, it was like, I one day am so afraid I'm going to apostatize. Like I am going to leave what I know is true because I am so wicked. Like I'm so bad. And that was how, like at BYU too, I was just like rocking a hard place. You know, I have to like pick which unhappiness I want. And I was afraid of the telestial kingdom or worse, like outer darkness. If I really felt like I knew, you know? And so it's like, if I ever left, then, you know, that's not good either. So anyways.
I was curious if you shared this with anyone or if this was like truly an inner torment. No one really, like, did you reach out to anyone? Did you share with friends or your parents or did anyone know?
Therapist or
therapist.
A bishop or therapist?
No, I wish I should have.
Brad Wilcox.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I don't know how that would have gone. It was really just an inner torment. I remember at one point, this was my freshman, I don't remember if it was fall or winter semester, but third hour of church second hour of church because it was my first general conference at BYU. They changed church to 2 hours, which anyways, that probably the time I most felt the church was true. I was like, yes, finally. Just kidding. Anyways,
you were like, yay,
I know,
a little happiness.
Yeah, it's like God does listen to us.
Happy about this.
Like right. Prayers can be answered. There was a lesson and it was one of the girls in my hall. She was our Relief Society president, so she's teaching it. And it was about the family proclamation. And everyone's bearing their testimony about how they know the family proclamation is true. And they're so thankful for it. And they know it's what has made their family happy and it's what's going to make their future family happy. And I left the class. I walked out because I was I'm sure I was visibly upset. And I walked in the hall and I found an empty classroom and was just sobbing. And I called my mom and I'm so upset. And I was like, Mom, I don't feel this way. I have such a problem with a lot of it, but mostly the preside line, that really stuck to me. And I just, again, just kind of being met with well, this is God's revelation, this is the truth. And so if you're having a difficult time, especially to this level, you're not in line with what God wants.
You're
And
not
so,
on path.
yeah. And, I don't think that anyone, especially my parents, whoever told me stuff like that, I don't think they ever meant for me to feel bad. And there's no way they could have known the extent of like the pain I was feeling. Cause I didn't, I just always, anyways, I never really talked about that. I kept it in. I was really ashamed of it.
I see.
So there's no way that anyone in my life could have known. So I don't hold anything against them. They didn't know any better. But yeah, I felt like it was just constant on all sides because it is such a big part of BYU. You have your religion classes and you do church every Sunday and YSA activity, every 3 or 4 hours. Like there's always something with church. And I just felt like I was constantly being reminded of like, I don't fit quite like I'm supposed to. So
it's kind of also blowing my Mormon mind because we're taught wickedness never was happiness. And the gospel is called the plan of happiness. You're not doing drugs. You're not having sex. You're not like leaving the church and like being a horrible secular, and from a Mormon perspective,
right.
a horrible secular person. You're fully in at BYU, living the gospel, and you are not sure you're totally going to be able to live. Like it's wild that living the gospel was what was terrorizing you.
Yeah. I've actually never thought of it that way, but yeah, it's supposed to be the plan of happiness, and it really was getting to a point for me where I was kind of like, it sounds like I'm just going to send myself to one of the lower kingdoms anyways, because I can't be happy in the highest one. So what is the point, and, but then I would feel that way. And then I would feel horribly guilty for even thinking that. And, I would try to like double and triple down on like being extra good because again, I felt like every conference, there was always this message of like, or I think it's Uchtdorf who gave the talk, like doubt your doubts before you doubt your faith. And like, don't abandon your faith in these moments. And like, this is all just part of, our experience on this earth. And it's the adversary working on you. And it just was kind of like, well, either the adversary really like does not like me, or I am like really just unable to overcome this the way that other people can. So, yeah.
So what'd you do next?
Went on a mission. I was like,
after your first year?
After my first year. Well, I did my first year and I was going to go on a mission right after like going that summer, but I, okay. If you guys have been to BYU campus, it's like on a plateau, right? So no matter where you're coming from campus, you're scaling like either a huge hill or all these stairs. This is so embarrassing. I got IT band syndrome in my right leg because I must have just been not accustomed to going up
so many
hills
stairs
that much. So my right hip and my knee were like, I had to go to physical therapy and like it really wasn't that big of a deal, but my doctor would not sign off on my physical to go on a mission because she was like, and this was, if I had done the physical in Utah, I think it probably would have been signed, but I did it right after my first year. I went home and my doctor in Shreveport was like, they could send you to some third world country and you're, like you can't even really walk. And like something was happening where like all the nerves were being pinched in my hip. So I like would lose feeling in my foot and like I couldn't, like very weird. It's fine now, but she was like, I'm not signing this. So I had to do another semester and then I went, and yeah, the third semester was fine. The third semester was kind of a blur because I got my mission call in September and was just all I could think about was going on a mission. So yeah.
And now I'm sorry, I'm just reacting as I'm hearing the story. Like the idea of you feeling miserable, living the gospel, not sure if you're going to be able to survive. What's the answer to that? Go be a missionary and teach everybody to do the same thing. Like that. There's a world in which that makes zero sense. And in the Mormon world, it makes all the sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah. That's like the answer to it, is you serve a mission. Because again, I really believed like these thoughts and feelings will go away if I am more righteous. And I remember though, so my dad was bishop at this point. So my senior year of high school, he was called to be bishop because he had been seminary teacher and then he's bishop. And when I came home after my first year at BYU, he's bishop, and a really close family friend was our stake president. And so I'm doing my papers, going through them. And I remember interviewing with my stake president and saying, like, I know I don't get to choose where I go, but like, if you can do anything, like any sway, I don't want to go somewhere where people are super familiar with the church. I don't want to, because I have all of these issues. I kind of like, word vomited to him. I was like, polygamy, priesthood, I cannot really, with peace of mind, bear testimony of these things, even though I do believe them. Like, I'm so troubled. I need to go somewhere where people don't really know much about the church, and I can just testify to like the goodness of the gospel and the plan of Jesus Christ, like the things that I feel so good about. Because I was so afraid I was going to get called to like Utah or Idaho or somewhere where people knew and would have these difficult questions for me, like what I had been asked in high school and stuff. And ironically, anyways, we can get to that. But,
well, don't go ahead.
I was called initially to Uruguay, which I was very excited about. I had an aunt who served in Uruguay, so it felt, like family thing. It was perfect. And then I went out the first week of January 2020, so right before COVID happened.
Oh.
Yeah. And I did the Mexico MTC for 6 weeks, and then I was in Uruguay for about 3-4 weeks, and then was sent home and was reassigned to Utah for my mission.
Because of COVID?
Because of COVID.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was on one of those big planes that the church had to charter down, and it was just filled with missionaries.
Oh, I remember those.
Because they closed the borders in Uruguay, and the airport was shut down, and the church had to pull a bunch of strings to get us out. But I was kind of like, I wanted to stay in Europe. I mean, I really loved the country. I was already at that point struggling with a lot on my mission, but I was like, I want to stay. Like, I don't want to leave.
What were you struggling with?
Lots of just anxiety, feeling like I wasn't worthy, I wasn't good enough. And this was the point where some of my it happened very quickly in the MPC and the beginning of my mission. Some of my compulsive behaviors started, just like trying to pray in exactly the right way. And if I didn't pray exactly right, I would have to start over, or else I wasn't being faithful enough and God wasn't going to listen. And that's where I started to get really intense about fasting on Fast Sunday. And more than just Fast Sunday, I should be fasting as much as I can, because that's how God is going to bless other people. And so some
fasting
of that,
good, more fasting better.
Right. Exactly. Fasting once a month is the standard, like that bare minimum, but if I can fast once a week, if I can fast every Sunday, then I'm showing my faith, and because fasting once a month, that's just to keep me from sinning kind of thing, but if I'm anyway, so just stuff like that. And then, getting really specific about how I was doing like personal study when I was studying scriptures in the morning, like very specific about like, I like could not get through a verse until I looked at every single footnote that was tied to it. And then I had to look for those verses in the footnotes. I had to look at all of their footnotes. And so it was like, and if I didn't do all of this, and then I had to go to the topical guide and the Bible dictionary and look up all of these things that were referenced. And if I didn't do all of that, then I couldn't get through a verse.
Do you know you're the second person this week who's told us that part of the story? The
Really?
person we interviewed on Wednesday, she had to literally go to all the footnotes and then the topical guide and then the Bible dictionary. Yep. You're the second person in 1 week
really? Yeah.
that had that experience.
That's funny. Yeah.
Wow.
It was like almost immediately when I was on my mission, some of that started to really show up for me. And that's when, like, I think looking back on my life, I think I've always had a couple behaviors here and there that were, could probably be attributed to some OCD, tendencies of mine. But they didn't really show up until BYU and then really on my mission when they came out. So.
Okay. So those started in Uruguay, but then you were in Uruguay how long?
Like a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then which mission were you relocated to?
Layton, Utah.
Okay, Layton, Utah. Tell people where that is.
That's it's in Davis County. It's right north of Salt Lake. So between Ogden and Salt Lake, you have Layton. So, but I was home, so I got sent home. And when I was home, they were like, "We don't know if you're going to be able to go back out on your mission. We don't really know what's happening." And that was very troubling because I was like, no, like I have to serve this mission, like I have to have like peace of mind. And then, so I was like at home for about a week and I was still called as a missionary. So I still had to do all the missionary things at home, which was very strange. And then they released me kind of indefinitely because they're like, we don't know what your, what the timeline is. And then 2 months later, I got reassigned to Layton. So.
And were you like secretly hoping to be able to not finish your mission, or were you really wanting to go back, or were you tormented mixed?
I was, it kind of depended on the day. Like at first I was very much like, I have to finish this mission, and then once they released me, when I was home, I was kind of like, well, I don't know, like that's really hard, and I didn't know the months I was home, like, is this going towards my 1.5 years or am I extending the whole thing? Like no one really had any answers because no one knew what was going on. And then it probably after a week of being released, I started to be like, well, maybe I was sent home because I'm supposed to go back to school. And like, maybe this was all God needed for me. And my parents were kind of like, yeah, like you don't have to go back out. I think even before I left, like my mom especially was kind of like, do you want to go on a mission? Are you sure? Like it kind of scared her. And my parents both told me before I went on a mission, they're like, if you get called anywhere dangerous, you're not going. Like they call you to like Russia or Africa or some like, scary country that's got a lot of political
Colombia,
turmoil.
Panama.
Right. Exactly. They're like, you are not going. And I was kind of like, I'll do what I want. Like if I want to go on a mission and if God is sending me there, I think I can go. But luckily that never happened. I was called to Uruguay. And I actually, this is funny. I forget that I did this. I was so nervous to know where I went. I had my family open my mission call before me. Like, so they knew for like 3 days before I did where I was going on a mission.
Oh, wow.
And then I had a mission call opening in Utah. But my parents were like, it's like, they're like, we couldn't have picked it better ourselves. Like it's a safe mission. Like we're so excited for you, whatever. Cause I was kind of afraid they were going to be like, no, like you're not going. And then I opened it and anyways, so let's see, I came home mid-March and then I was home, April, May. And then like the first week of June, I went to Layton for the rest of my mission, but I was pretty tormented going back and forth because I was like, well, maybe God wants me to try to get married right now. And maybe I'm supposed to start this part of my life, even though I had never even like had a boyfriend before, I was like, I don't know who I'd be marrying right now, but maybe God wants me to focus on this or whatever. But I ended up going back out and yeah. So.
And so how was your mission in Layton, Utah? Wait, is it Layton or Layton?
Layton is how no T's.
That was a joke. Layton. In Utah, they say Layton.
Layton, I know. It was good. I say cautiously, like a lot of people, all the missions in the United States were getting flooded with these missionaries who were being reassigned that were brought back from Asia, South America, Central America. I know the missionaries that were in Europe couldn't leave, so they got to stay, but the rest of us had to get reassigned in the States. And from what I understand, Utah missions particularly were getting a lot of reassigned missionaries. So when I got there, the mission, I think, was close to having quadrupled in size of missionaries, which like we're already in Utah,
That could be like 800. Like how many missionaries like that?
I think normally the mission has about 100. And when I got there, we were nearing 400.
That's huge.
So it was huge. Yeah. So I lived in a hotel for a little bit when I went back out because there wasn't enough housing. So they put us in a hotel, which like, that was a whole other thing because so we don't have a kitchen. We have like a mini fridge, but nothing to cook with, whatever. So we can't buy groceries really, So my mission president gave us special permission. We were allowed to go to the store like every other day to get like food for our next couple of meals because we couldn't store any more than that. But being in Utah, everyone thinks they know everything about missionaries. And so people would see us in the store on a Wednesday and be like, sisters, you're not supposed to be here. It's not your P day. Like we happen to know your P day is Monday for this mission and we're going to call your mission president. And I would always be like, call him, tell him to put us in an apartment. Like we're in a hotel. In fact, like while you have him on the phone, like I can give you a list of grievances for him too. Like this is not, I promise I don't want to be at Walmart on 2:00 on a Wednesday either, And so just, again, with the, like, we were always being watched. And if you didn't, back out, because like when you're reversing in one of the church cars, someone has to stand outside and like back them, even though there's a backup camera. Like,
because once upon a time, some missionary backed into something, right? Or hurt somebody.
Or so they say. Like, I don't know. It was so humiliating, like having to back people out. But if any members saw a missionary car reversing and someone wasn't backing, they would take your license plate and call the mission president and tell him that you weren't following the rules exactly right. So that was something interesting about being in Utah, but it was fine. I loved my companions. I always had great companions on my mission, which I think was probably the best part of going on a mission. So yeah, it was good. But just, there were some weird things on my mission for sure.
Did you mention in your outline an emphasis on like numbers and statistics and that sort of thing?
Yes. How could I forget the numbers? Yes. My mission president, in fact, would always tell us, because he did something in finance before he was a mission president. And he was always like, I'm a numbers guy and numbers are so important. And so he would really stress, like, if you are not getting a certain number of baptisms or a certain number of lessons every week, you're not being exactly obedient. You're not being righteous. And the expectation for most of the time I was there, we had to teach 10 lessons a day. And he wanted us to shoot for, like, I don't remember how many baptisms a month, but it was, kind of like, I'm in Utah, right? And like Davis County, Utah. Yeah. I'm not even in like Salt Lake,
which
Utah.
Is very LDS.
Very LDS.
Right.
And there are 1,001 missionaries out here. My whole area for me and my companion was half of a neighborhood, like 4 or 5 streets that we're working with.
And what percent LDS?
I had to be 99%. Like every single house is a green dot on our little mission thing, right? And there's one red dot, and it's like, do not contact this person. They will call the police. You know what I mean? Like, it's so I'm like, yeah, right. Like such a good, yeah. So we would just do like lessons with members all the time. That's all we could do. It was like 10 Zoom lessons a day. And we would just probably sounded so ridiculous being like, do you have any non-member friends that we could teach that like you could invite to one of these Zoom lessons? Like, don't you think they would love this? And that just, we basically were the only time we got, not the only time, but pretty much the only time people on my mission really got baptisms was if it was a 9 or 10-year-old who their family was inactive. And you tried to go and baptize the kid who didn't get baptized when they were 8, which I actually I kind of got a talking to from my mission president because I was very much not a fan of that. I felt like that was very manipulative. And I was like, this is unfair to the child because we're not really prioritizing reactivating their family. And so we're baptizing this kid just for them to never go to church again, and that feels not only like kind of slimy on our part, but it feels like I'm doing the kid a disservice, because now once they've been baptized, we believe they're held to a higher standard, and they're not getting supported going to church. And so that just doesn't feel right. The one time on my mission though, we helped a 9-year-old get baptized we helped her family come back to church. And the dad, like he worked towards getting the priesthood again. And then he was the one to baptize his daughter, and the family was going to church together again. And that was the only time I felt okay about it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. So how did your mission sort of progress / end for you? Like a good thing, a bad thing, a mixed thing, your OCD, your scrupulosity, all that.
It was good. Like at the time, if you'd have asked me, I would have told you I was having the best time of my life, but I progressively, especially looking back now at like my mission journals, like I was becoming progressively like unwell mentally. It just was very much like my mission president too, his emphasis on numbers was hard for me. And then also at every zone conference, he was very much like very heavy handed. And he, like one zone conference that sticks in my mind, we're in like the chapel and he's up at the pulpit and he's crying, his face is red, and he's literally shaking his fist at us. And he's like, if you ever think about your previous mission while you're here, like, cause we were all reassigned, then you're sinning.
Oh,
You're
gosh.
breaking the will of God, because God has assigned you to be here. And if you are thinking of your previous mission, you are selfish. You're not invested in the work. You do not care about God's children here. And you are costing people their salvation. Another one is he was super, just like little rules. Like I have always struggled to get up early in the morning, like to the point where even my dad, before I went on a mission, he was like, are you sure you can get up at 6:30 every day? Like, I love you, but it's never been your strong suit. And I was kind of like, I can do it for God, you know? And I struggled with that too. But he was like, my mission president on our mission, he was like, if your feet touch the floor at 6:31 in the morning, you are actively sinning. You're breaking the will of God, because your will is like, you are giving precedent to your selfish, like carnal desires over what God is asking of you, which is to get up at 6:30. And so just like things being introduced into my mind that I had never really conceived as like, oh, this is a sin, you know? At least not to that level. Like when I was a kid, I would get really worked up if on a Saturday I slept past like 9 a.m. was the magic number for me. I don't know why, but I was like, I'm wasting the day. And like, God has given me this day and I'm sleeping through it. And I would like repent. And anyway, so there was like some of that for me already. But then on my mission being like 6:31, if that's when you get up.
Yeah, the exact.
Like if your feet don't touch the floor at 6:30, you're sinning. Stuff like that was very difficult. And also if you are not asleep at 10:30, like head on the pillow, eyes closed, asleep, you're sinning like that, because God has told you are supposed to be asleep at 10:30 and awake at 6:30. And
which for sleep, I can just imagine, because then you're like, you have to go to sleep.
And through my life, the more anxious, like episodes where I was the most anxious were episodes I wasn't sleeping. And so I had probably been in Layton for about 6 months at this point. And there was a really bad period where I was not sleeping. Like I would sleep maybe an hour and a half at night. And I would just sit awake and just shake and be so like I would be physically shaking and like anxious. And this like makes me sound crazy, but like looking back at my journals from this period, I was writing like, God is punishing me for something. And I do not know what I've done. I have committed some sin I do not remember that I cannot be clean from. And my punishment is he's not going to let me sleep until I remember what it is. And I have like adequately repented for it. And like, in the meantime, this is my punishment. And I really believe that. And I ended up, after so long, I ended up meeting with my mission president, because I was like, something's wrong. Like I'm not sleeping. I've done something bad. I don't remember. I need help. I don't know what to do. And it was kind of not dismissed, but I basically was like, relax, like, and then it was kind of like, well, are you doing something bad? Like when you're up at night, are you doing something you're not supposed to do? Are you staying up because you're wanting like alone time to do stuff you're not supposed to do? And then right. And so I'm sitting in this meeting and I was kind of like, well, maybe like, have I been doing stuff I'm not supposed to do? And like, it like in real time was almost like convincing myself that like, yes, that must be it. Like, it must be because I'm, like, which again makes me sound crazy. And I'm like, it's so weird to think about now, because I feel like I have such a better grasp on like reality than I did on my mission. But I was just very scared and like very convinced that my anxiety was a punishment. My not sleeping was a punishment. And, they tell you like in the MTC, if you feel anxious at all here, it's because you're not clean. Like you're not worthy to be on a mission. At least that's what they told me, like when I was there. And that was like a recipe for disaster for me, because I'm, just an anxious girl most of the time. And so I really just equated that with like, well, maybe I've been anxious my whole life because I'm bad. Like maybe it's because I am committing these sins and I'm not repenting, and maybe I don't know. Like maybe I'm so casual about committing these sins I don't even remember them, and I don't even remember so yeah.
Yeah, and it's just to speak of bad advice, when we were treating people with OCD or scrupulosity, in grad school, we would give this exercise of the pink elephant to teach people that it's, especially with OCD, that it's unhealthy to try and not have a thought.
Mhm.
We would say, don't think about a pink elephant, and then have them count how many times they think about the pink elephant.
Uh-huh.
And they would think about it 100 times in 1 minute. You know what I mean? In other words, the worst thing you can tell somebody to do who's having thoughts they don't want, or thoughts you don't want them to have,
Mhm.
is to tell them, either to tell them not to have the thought, or even worse, to tell them that if they have the thought, they're wicked and evil and bad.
Mhm.
That's going to guarantee. So just this idea of like, don't think about your other mission, or
yeah.
you're evil and wicked,
Mhm.
that's going to guarantee
It
that
creates
you're going to think
Right.
about it all the time,
Right.
and then think you're evil all the time.
All the time.
And that's just one example of,
and I
like,
think too, like it is something that's deeply impactful. The fact that you're not sleeping, like sleep deprivation is used as like a torture tool.
yes, that's right.
Like
Yes.
it's real.
Mhm.
And it also, like, the correlative studies are how much it amps up your
Oh, yeah.
anxiety,
Mhm.
amps up what is already present,
Mhm.
because your brain hasn't been able to reset. So you're just
Right.
in this, like, it just feels like this perfect storm
Yeah.
of really unfortunate.
Mhm. Yeah, like I was dreading end of the day, because it's like I just knew I was gonna lay in bed and not
Aw.
sleep, and then like I would be so anxious and like be feeling so sick. I'd go to the bathroom, and then I would just sit in the living room of our apartment and be like, I don't know what to do. Like I would try to read scriptures, I would try to pray, like anything. And then I'd feel guilty because like, well, I'm not within sight and sound of my companion right now, like
Breaking another
I'm breaking
rule.
another rule. Like I should go sit
Even
in.
now.
Right. So
And can I just validate, there is a very specific loneliness, I think, about not being able to sleep,
mhm.
being awake at night, looking out, and it's just like everything's dark,
Yeah.
but you're awake and you would give anything to go to sleep. I think it's just and you're almost in like an alternate state because you are so tired,
Mhm.
that I think oftentimes you're a bit more vulnerable to thoughts. You're a bit more vulnerable because your defenses are down.
Mhm.
So I just feel like I'm feeling that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always been just like a recurring thing in my life. I don't know why I do that, but I just will I'm so worked up. I just don't sleep.
Mhm.
And yeah, the longer you go without sleep, the more desperate you get.
Mhm.
And then it's like the longer it's going to be till you actually fall asleep, so.
That's right.
Really quickly, one thing that has been reported to me over and over again in the past 5 to 10 years is the dramatic increase in mental illness among Mormon missionaries. And that's anxiety, that's depression, that's
Mhm.
scrupulosity,
Mhm.
and then an astronomical increase of missionaries getting sent home early.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
did you see that, or not?
Um,
Or did you experience? I mean, I guess you experienced what made many people go
Mhm.
home, right?
yeah, actually my mission, we really didn't send many people home early. Like I can't think of one that went home early.
Wow.
When I was there, except for one person who he went because he wanted to go home early, not because he was being sent home. But there were a lot of missionaries on my mission in Utah who were seeing a counselor because their anxiety or depression was really bad. And I was actually told, I don't remember who told me this, but someone said, oh, well, it's only in higher numbers in your mission because you're in Utah and that's where they send everyone who has like problems. They send them to Utah missions because they can get like help there, which I was kind of like, okay, like, surely that's not why I was sent here, but like, anyways, I don't know. I think across the board, not just Utah missions, I think everywhere we're seeing more anxiety and depression just because missions it's weird, because you're with someone literally 24/7, unless you were like in the shower or using the bathroom. And even then they're supposed to be just like right on the other side of the door. But I just remember so much of it. I was so lonely. And maybe it is because I wasn't sleeping. Maybe it's because I was, convinced something was wrong with me. And like, I just wasn't getting everything the way other people were. But I think a lot of that, is brought out more. And something like, this is kind of a, maybe this is too far of a stretch. And I'm trying to think how I want to say this, but I almost feel like something that made those feelings in me even worse was, missionaries have social media to some extent now, like Facebook, right? At least when I was there, we did. And missionaries were posting all the time, like, Jesus is my best friend. And like, I'm so happy. And it just felt like it was always so rubbed in my face that I was like not feeling those things, which made it where like otherwise I maybe wouldn't have known that everyone felt that way, or at least that they were claiming to feel that way.
So you have like the comparative experience?
The comparative experience, big time. And I remember feeling frustrated. And I wrote this in my journal a lot because I was like, I don't believe Jesus is people's best friend. Like maybe something is just really wrong with me, but like, I was like, I cannot see him and talk to him the way that I can see and talk to my companion or my mother or my actual best friend, like it just felt really weird to me. And I was like, am I missing something here? Like, am I not able to connect with the spirit the way other people can? Or are they claiming something that's not true necessarily? Because I was always kind of like, I think maybe Jesus blessed me with my best friend to have in this life, to have companionship, because I can't be with him right now. It's kind of how I looked at it. But I was like, I guess I'm crazy. I don't know. Like everyone here is saying Jesus is their best friend and they talk to him every day and they know him so well. And I'm over here like, I guess something else I'm doing wrong. I don't know. Like maybe I should be feeling that way. And I just really don't. Not to say I didn't love Jesus and God on my mission, but it was just like, I didn't feel like I had a relationship with them as if they were literally a person standing in front of me in my life, So,
And it's also ironic that you have a companion assigned to you for 24/7 and you're feeling the most lonely you've ever felt in your life. That's interesting.
Yeah. I think just like I loved my companions. I still talk to most of them on some level, but like, I think everyone was having a hard time, and like some of the things that I'm talking about now, like some of my compulsive thoughts or the shame around whatever I was feeling, or even like my companion didn't know that I wasn't sleeping, like I didn't tell any of this to them because it's like, well, I don't want you to think I'm sinning. I don't want you to think that I'm not a good missionary and that you can't preach the gospel with me, and like, I really just took it as my anxiety, these like thoughts and feelings I'm having are because I'm wrong in some way. And like, I should be ashamed of myself and I cannot, so it just felt like there was and looking back, I'm sure a lot of us felt that way, and so we're not really connecting with each other the way that maybe we otherwise could have been.
Yeah.
So
one thing we didn't cover was your temple experience. You mentioned your outline that was a very eye-opening thing for you. Do you want to talk about that? I know that now you're a year and a half into your mission, but you would have gone through the no apologies. You would have gone through the temple before your mission, right?
Yes, I went through the temple on December 26th, 2019. It was my mom's birthday, the day after Christmas. About a week and a half before I went on my mission, I put it off to the last second because I was dreading wearing garments. To be honest, I didn't say that that's why it was at the time, but I did the temple prep class. My stake president in my home stake was very open with me. At least I kind of thought about what happened in the temple. And I was like, okay, I know what's going to happen and I'm prepared and I'm ready. And we drove to the Dallas temple and I was so freaked out the whole time. Just like, oh yeah. I was like, what is going on? Like,
now, was this the motion picture movie thing or the slideshow thing?
This was the motion picture movie thing. Okay. And then, all the actions you're doing in the temple, I just was like, cause all that I knew in my temple prep classes, it's like, they kind of walk you through some of the clothes you're going to be wearing. That was the least weird part to me. I was like, y'all couldn't have we couldn't have said anything. Like, not even like, y'all didn't even want to warn me. This was like a 2.5 hour ordeal. You know what I mean? And just that, like, I was scared for a lot of it. And I'm looking around me and like, I'm there with my family. And this is not to say anything negative about them, but looking at them, they're all like crying and they're obviously feeling the spirit. And I was like, I'm like, my fight or flight is going off right now. Like,
Yeah.
I don't,
You're like, I need to flee.
I need to get out of here. Like,
yeah.
you know, and I remember leaving the temple.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry. And, you know, it's for those who are never Mormon, there's nothing more sacred to a Mormon or more secret, private than the temple ceremony. So I'm not trying to get you to violate that per se, but what can you tell us about, you know, millions of Mormons go through the temple every week. So what was it that for you, and I assume that meant some of them enjoy it, right?
Right.
I mean, there are a lot of people that don't. We know that.
Right.
At least those who come on this podcast. But there's probably a lot that do.
That really do.
So what in the world was making it so you felt like you were in distress when other people are feeling it's the most spiritual place of their life? Whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
No, and I'm glad you said that, because I should say, I'm over here saying like my fight or flight's going off and I'm scared. I was, but nothing bad was happening to me. Like there's nothing actually, like no one's in danger. You know what I mean? There's nothing like truly scary going on. It was more just this feeling of like, what was my temple prep class that I did? You know what I mean? Like we didn't do any of this. And like, like there was nothing to, like, I didn't know the covenants I was going to be making. I didn't know the length of the ceremony. I had no concept of how ritualistic it is, which again, not necessarily a bad thing, just not something I was prepared for. And when you're going into something like that blind, it's a little like, this is weird.
So it felt weird and maybe jarring.
Weird and jarring, and just kind of like, ooh, is this the church that I've, you know, like, and if this is the most important and the most sacred thing, I almost felt kind of silly. Like I clearly didn't fully understand the church that I've been claiming I know without a shadow of a doubt, with every fiber in my being, to be true. They wouldn't even tell me about this. And now I'm here and I just feel so, I honestly, like, it was kind of a mix of feeling like shocked from like the blind side of it, and then also just dumb, you know, where it's like, and then also on some level, like this, because then it's so weird because it's like, it was so shocking and so weird, but then also it's like, this is it? Like, this is what you couldn't trust me with my whole life? Like, this is
the pinnacle of spirituality.
for real. Like, I don't know. I was like, I was thinking of something a little, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I was expecting. It was not that though, you know, and I shouldn't, I'm not trying to make light of it, because I know, especially like in my family, my parents and my extended family love the temple, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that just means it resonates with them in a way. Unfortunately, it never resonated with me. And it just, that led to a lot of issues for me too with, again, I want to be careful with the word gaslighting, but like I felt very uncomfortable in the temple and very nervous, and just like I was not prepared for that. And I always kind of felt that way to some extent. Even after I was desensitized to it, just felt maybe not like scared, but just kind of like, I don't know, you know, but I was always told like, if you go enough times, you'll get it, you know? And once you go enough times, you'll understand. It's like, what is there to understand? You know, like, I'm sorry, but like, y'all are talking to me as if I've never, like by the time I went on my mission, I'd read the Book of Mormon cover to cover over 10 times. Like I've read the Book of Mormon so many times in my life. I was like the kid in youth group. I was always organizing the 24-hour Book of Mormon readathons, and I would map out how much we had to read in this hour and whatever. And I would like that. I loved it. I loved the Book of Mormon. I'd read all the scriptures. The only book I haven't read cover to cover is the Old Testament, because that is a doozy. But like everything else, and I've still read most of the Old Testament. Like I was kind of like, what is there to understand? You know, like, and why am I feeling like I'm crazy? So, and on my mission, I didn't really get to go to the temple except for in the MTC, and then once at the very end because of COVID. But after my mission, when I was back at BYU, I was making myself go to the temple at least once a week, because I was like, again, something's wrong with me. If I just go enough times, you know, President Nelson, the prophet, has said, if I go enough, it will make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to me, the worst thing I can do is stop going, you know, where it's like, so it just was,
Yeah.
That's like keep banging your head against the wall until the headache goes away.
Right, exactly. Yeah, like don't take Advil. Just keep slamming your head against the wall. So yeah.
And just there is an objective set of data points where the Mormon church has made extravagant changes to the temple ceremony, not just from the beginning. Like I learned just this week that the original washing, the washing and anointing, when Joseph Smith did the original washing, it was like him and a couple others in the first presidency or whatever. They stripped down naked and they bathed in cinnamon whiskey.
Yeah.
Naked. And that was the first washing. So, I mean,
right.
Then and then there's the Nauvoo stuff that introduces all the Masonic stuff. By the time I'm, so obviously they change a lot of it, but by the time I'm going through, I'm slitting my throat with my hands and I'm disemboweling myself with my hands and saying weird chants that aren't even in English. But then between that and your time, they're taking the veil away from the women and they're making it so the women don't covenant with their husbands who then covenant with God.
Right.
And even initiatories too. Initiatories are done differently where it used to be uncomfortable because they would actually touch.
Right. You had a poncho where you were naked on the sides and they would
and I've
stick
heard
their finger in your groin. And
oh yeah, that did not happen when I went. Yeah. Like it's changed, which that was something too. As I started to learn some of those changes, I was kind of like, well, worse. That does not make sense because the point of Joseph Smith and the restoration is that he was getting truth, unfiltered truth from God. Yeah. He had to change other stuff. Like why? So why has the temple been changed so many times? Like it was directly given to Joseph Smith. So like there's like theoretically, right? Like there shouldn't have been this many changes made. Because when I learned like specifically the throat slitting and disemboweling stuff, I was like, what? Like, I can't believe that ever happened. And then, learning that like the stripping down naked or like being, the poncho, all of that was different for me. I mean, I'm very glad it was different when I went in, but. And
even since you stopped attending, they kept having either actors or producers either get charged with crimes or leaving the church. And so they've had to remove the movie.
I've heard that.
And just make it a slideshow. And then I think there's just too many people finding it just so boring and long that they've just recently really ramped up the Jesus aspects of it and then really shortened it even more.
Really?
So it's literally just like, as I understand it in 2025, kind of like a super shortened slideshow.
Okay.
With almost all the creepy, weird stuff taken out. And I only mention that it's not like I'm spiking the football. It's just that's objective evidence that it's been just deeply problematic over time. And they've just been changing it and whittling it down and whittling it down because clearly people were hating it or having a bad experience.
Right.
So anyway.
And like my perspective now, because, if you would have asked me 2 years ago, even, I probably would have been like, well, that's because the world is getting increasingly secular and like, blah, 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 blah. Whereas now I'm like, yeah, well, if everyone has a problem with it, then like, maybe it's the ceremony that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's not just that we're all evil and like wretched beings. Maybe it's that something is off,
Yeah. So, but allegedly came from God directly to Joseph.
And that was something that was really, really difficult, especially when I took foundations of the restoration at BYU, not just the temple ceremony, but a lot that is different or just isn't quite what I was told, where I'm just like, well, what's the point? Like why? So then was he not fully a prophet the whole time? Like, was he getting stuff wrong or like, because God's not wrong, right? Like, anyways, just some weird stuff. And then also just this feeling of like, the temple kind of, me going to the temple for the first time really accentuated this of almost having been infantilized my whole life, where it's like, this is so sacred and it's so secret and like, you just don't understand it yet. You know what I mean? And like, that's one day you will, and then like, I'm a full 21-year-old going through the temple and I'm still being told like, it's okay. Like you just don't get it, and it's like, oh my gosh, like, okay, I don't know. I mean, well, I'm going on a mission next week. Like, should I not be going? Like, I don't, anyways.
Should I wait until I get it to go on a mission?
Right. Like, what? No one would go on missions then, I don't think, if that was the, like, not to be, whatever. I try to not be, argumentative or like aggressive when I talk about some of this, but sometimes it is like, be serious. Like something is not right here, you know? And like, I don't think it's fair to keep like pointing the finger at everyone except the church who maybe has not been totally honest about its history, or, you know what I mean? Or just, stuff like that. So
I think that voice right there is the evidence of the journey you've been on, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Like that's where it comes through, where you've actually claimed for yourself, hey, which I love. But also I was going to ask you, so at the time when you go through the temple, which, as we've said, pinnacle experience, talked about like from the time we're very young.
Right.
And you have now that feeling of like, you know, something's very wrong here. I'm scared. Were you able to process that in the moment of like, okay, now I'm feeling wrong in the pinnacle place. Now I'm having like an experience where, again, I'm different and this does not feel right. And this is with like one of the most pinnacle things about the church. Like, was that able to land before you went out on your mission, or because it was like such a rush and kind of the way it was, did you not actually, was that not conscious?
Yeah, I don't think I really processed that before my mission. I do remember thinking, so before it was my third semester at BYU, I have my mission call, and all, you know, in your like YSA ward, all of these older students who had been on missions were like, you need to go through the temple as soon as possible because it feels like home and you're going to miss it when you're on your mission. And like, you have to make sure you can go through the temple enough before. And I was always kind of like, yeah, I don't have time for that. Like I'm going through with my family. They're across the country right now. I have no choice but to do it after Christmas, you know? But I remember thinking after the mission, I was like, what were they talking about? That felt like home, or like they missed that on their mission. Like I am hoping I don't have to do that again anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like I'm not, that felt very foreign to me, and not even necessarily like it was bad. Like I'm not trying to make it sound like it's this inherently negative thing. It was more just like, this is not what I was told it was going to be. No one really prepared me for this. And I think what really bothered me more than anything was like, I think you make like 5 covenants or something in the endowment session, and nobody told me what those were going to be. And they're not anything crazy. I mean, it's like, you know, chastity, the law of consecration, you know, stuff that was pretty on par with.
Well, consecration's pretty serious.
Intense. Oh, actually, no, it is. I was thinking tithing.
Do you want to tell people what that means?
Yeah, you can tell them.
No, well, it's just that you promise to dedicate your entire life to the church.
Yep.
Time,
money. And
skills,
then
talents.
When I went through it, said even your own life if necessary.
That is crazy.
For the building up in the kingdom of God. So like, that's just, and
intense.
You're making that when you're 18 or 21, and you're not told ahead of time that you're making that covenant.
So, and you're doing it in such a way where that conformity piece that we were talking about, like on Sundays, it's like ultra in the temple. Like,
ultra.
I think they say you can leave,
but before you know what's going on.
Yeah.
And they give you the chance to leave. But like conveniently before anything starts, it's like, hey, if you don't want to do this, you can go.
That's right.
It's like, oh, I still don't know what I'm doing. You know, like how could I tell you if I know that I want to do this or not? I still have zero idea of what's about to go on, other than this is supposed to be like the house of the Lord and where I'm going to feel closest to God. So, but I do remember the first couple times I went through the temple being very bothered specifically by consecration, because it was like everything you gain in your life, everything you do, you covenant now to give 100% to the church. And I kind of had an issue because I was like, to the church, not to like Christ, you know, or
it says to the building up and the strengthening of the church of Jesus Christ, or something like that.
Yeah. And it was very specific, like the church, not the gospel, not God. And I remember kind of being like, I would be more okay with this if it was to God, but like to the church. Okay. You know, and it's just, I like, honestly,
there's a law of tithing, right? Like, isn't that one of them? I think was that separate from consecration? There's obedience. There's chastity, consecration, tithing must have been one, and then there's another, I think. But I mean, there's serious commitments.
That you're making young.
And when I went through, you're warned by a satanic figure in the movie that if you don't live up to every covenant you make in the temple, you'll be in Satan's power. So that's Did
We
you
had
have
that too.
something like
Yep.
that? Okay.
Yeah, where Satan tells Adam and Eve, like, any of your offspring who leave,
Right.
they're under my power completely. And like, I will use them against you. And it's like, okay, scary. Like, I don't know. It just, yeah. And I was so scared afterwards too, because I remember just being like, I should not have done that. I should not have gone through, because again, I'm fully believing this church is 100% true. And I have now I've made a commitment I was not ready to make. I was not prepared for. I've overcommitted myself. And I was like, I should have waited a couple years. I should have done this later, because now there's even more risk, that I'm going to because now all my sins have more weight too. At least that's what I was told. It's like, once, kind of like when you're baptized, you're held to a higher standard. Once you go through the temple and you're endowed, higher standard again, And so now everything I do wrong is like extra wrong. At least in my head it was. And so I was just kind of like, just this feeling of like I'm free falling, where I was like, I should not have done this. I was not ready. I've gotten myself too far in, and like, God knows this was wrong for me. And now
it's time to convert a bunch of other people.
And now, right. And it was like, well, now the reason I must have felt so uncomfortable in the temple is because I wasn't ready, and everyone else feels so good. And it must be because I'm sinful. I'm secular. I'm not there yet, and it's like, well, can't undo it now, now I've got to wear garments 24/7, and I'm going on a mission. And that was, difficult.
Yeah. Okay. So anything else about your mission before we talk about going back to BYU? I know you talked about you and your mission president being released.
Oh yeah.
And it's interesting timing where you got two, I guess.
I had two
final interviews.
Yeah. I think
anything before that too.
I'm trying to think. I think before that, I probably hit on everything that's relevant. I think if I talked more about it, it would just kind of be more of the same stuff. But the final interview, so my mission president, he and his wife were released a week before I was supposed to go home. And so they were like, for all the missionaries that were supposed to be ending, this transfer, whatever, if you want to do your final interview with this mission president, you can do it with him and then the new president later. And so I did one with him. And, and I should say, about halfway through my time in Utah, I requested an extension of my mission, because I was like, I was home for 2 months. They didn't count towards my time. I'm supposed to serve 18 months. I would like to stay out for another, at least one transfer. And that was, no, like, he laughed that out of his office. He was like, no, you need to go and like start trying to get married, basically, was like, you're not extending your mission. And I was kind of like, okay, well, isn't it my mission? Like, can't I, if I want to? Like, aren't I paying to be here? Like, I don't, you're telling me I can't. Okay. Like, I was kind of frustrated, where it's like, whatever, I'm paying to do this. If I want to extend it, I should be able to, but whatever. And that was just like another decision I felt like I was incapable of making on my own. Like, it had to be made by my priesthood leader, could not be made by me, regardless of what I wanted. So anyways, I go into this departing interview
with the first mission president.
With the first mission president. And, we talk about my plan, the thing you do when you plan like the last transfer of your mission, what the next 10 years of your life are supposed to look like. And anyways, we talked about that. And then he was like, so are you dating anyone? And I was like, no, sir, I'm not dating anyone. I'm on a mission. Like, no. And he was like, well, you don't have anyone at home waiting for you? I was like, no, I'm not. Or I don't. And he was like, well, have you ever dated before? And I was like, no. What am I interviewing for right now? Why are you asking me this? No, I haven't. This is embarrassing. Why are you asking? And he was like, well, do you not care about getting married? And I was like, what a conclusion to jump to. No, I do. But, they tell you not to date too seriously before your mission, because you're supposed to go on a mission. So
he's like, yeah, but nobody pays attention.
Right. But no, right. Whatever. I was like, I care about getting married. Yes. And so he's like, well, so are you gonna like try to date when you're home? And I was like, that's the plan. Like, that's, I would like to date when I'm home. Yes. And then he goes into this like segue about marriage. And he's like, well, my daughters, when they got married, they didn't finish college. They decided to drop out and support their husbands. And I was like, that's great for them. Like, why are you telling me this? I didn't say it like that, but I was like, okay. good. That's awesome. And he was like, well, how do you feel about that?
Oh my
And I was like,
Feels like a
well,
little fishing.
yeah, I was like, well, so I actually took out student loans for my degree, so I will be finishing it if like for no other reason than that, like I will be finishing my degree. And he was like, okay, well, do you feel like when you have children, like you agree it's important that you stay home with them? And like, cause he had said, he was like, it's your primary objective to make your husband the breadwinner in the relationship. And I was kind of like, oh, okay. All right. And I didn't really say anything. And he was like, well, how do you feel about that? Do you agree? And I was like, well, my mom has made more money than my dad my whole life, actually. And so I don't know that that's really whatever, I think it's just the nature of her job and my dad's job. And that's just how it shook out. And I don't think it's important for me to center my life and search for a husband on him making more money than me. And he was like, well, do you believe in the family proclamation? And I was like, you actually, in my head, I'm like, please don't go down this road with me. Like you're not going to like what you hear. But I was like, yeah, I do. Yes. And so I'm sorry, I'm not trying to drag this on, but he was like, so, but you're not going to live like according to it. I was like, oh my gosh, like you're like picking a fight with me right now. Like, I was like, maybe if it shakes out that my husband makes more money than me, I would love nothing less, but I'm not going to not have a certain job because my husband would theoretically make less money than me. That is silly. And I will not be doing that. And he becomes overcome with emotion and he tears up and he's like, I have never felt such a prompting from the Spirit to tell someone that they need to be careful and they need to make sure that they are living on the right side of the family proclamation. And I was just like, okay, amen. Like, thank you. I just was like.
Was that effective in changing your mind?
No, I was because he just was kind of, I had respect for him and on some level, and I knew that he had good intentions, but I was kind of like, because in my head I'm going, okay, you grew up rich. I knew enough about his family. Like, you grew up with money. You worked a very lucrative job. Your wife was fortunate that she didn't have to work. I grew up in a family. We were never poor, but very different circumstances, and you kind of don't know what you're talking about when you're talking to me about how I grew up and my mother and what I want for my future family, so I think I just was kind of like, okay, this man means well, but he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he also, his age, he was working and had children during one of the best economies this country has ever seen. And it was not a time when it was expected that a woman would work. So I just was kind of like, okay, like I agreed because I didn't want to I was like getting upset. So I was like, yes, yes. And you can write that down, like, perfect. And then a week later, my new mission president was like literally probably 30 years younger and just very different in every way. And my interview with him, I'm like bracing going into this because my other one was not a positive experience. And he's like, so who is the most independent being in the universe? And I was like, God? I got like Heavenly Father. And he was like, right. And Heavenly Father wants his children to be like him, right? And I was like, yes, I believe he does. And he was like, okay, so tell me what your plans are after this. And I was like, well, I'm going to go back to school. And he kind of cuts me off and he's like, and you're going to finish your degree, right? And I was like, yes. And he was like, good, because you should be completely self-sufficient if you need to be. And he was like, and then should you decide to get married and have children, you can, whatever. Like completely, like could not have been more different.
Were you like, hey, can you talk to,
no,
have you guys talked at all about maybe get on the same page? Or
part of me, I was like, is this a setup? Like, am I getting punked right now? Did he tell you to like test me?
Are you a spy? Are you a spy right now?
I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Like, do I agree with you? Do I agree with him? I don't know what's going on.
So confusing.
Right. Like, and it like at the time I was kind of like, oh, haha, that's so funny, like just different generations, blah, blah, blah. But now I'm kind of like, that is a good example of how we have in Mormonism untrained clergymen who kind of are just allowed to go off the rip with whatever they want. And I was affected by that with Sunday school teachers growing up. I was affected by that with religion teachers at BYU. And like with me, my biggest story with that is it's a funny one, and I'm lucky that that's all it was. And that I was of sound mind enough at the time to not give too much weight to that first interview. But it is just kind of like, I have seen a lot of people I love be harmed by the fact that we don't have much of a rule book for this. You have the manuals, but outside of that, it's kind of like, well, this is a church of modern revelation and God speaks to you and he tells you how to interpret things. And people just kind of, like both of them are talking to me about the family proclamation and could not have come to more polar opposite conclusions, and they're both counseling me as my mission president, as the holder of my, like the priesthood keys above me. And it's a completely opposite message where I just was like, wonderful. Like I can't do this on my own, but clearly my priesthood leaders, for whatever reason, they're not doing a great job for me either, And so again, I'm just trapped in this bad position, honestly. So
when you tell a story to me, of course, knowing how you felt wired, I'm liking what the second mission president is telling you over the first.
Of course.
However, there's another level where I'm like, why do either men feel like it's their job to tell you, I've got the right answer.
Right.
Can you guess what the right answer is for the rest of your life?
Right.
Because I know it. Because even the second guy is telling you what's right for you.
Right.
I don't mean to inject that in, but like, that's just my sensibilities are saying, why does either man think it's their job to like, let me counsel you now on how your life needs to be. Even the second more aligned one, let's just say.
Right. Like you're right. It just so happens that the second one was more in line with how I was feeling anyways. But yeah, it is still like, okay, well, should I tell you what I'm thinking now? Like, should I do I get a say in this? Do I, and it just, for a long time growing up, I was very much like, I think that kind of goes back to why for a while I was like, maybe I won't get married because I don't want to feel like I have to get, it's like you're connected to God through prayer with yourself, but then you're also connected to him through priesthood keys. And it has never sat right with me that my priesthood keys would be held by someone else and that I am kind of at their mercy, and then also like, well, what if they're not worthy to hold the priesthood? What if they're not interpreting it right because they haven't repented for something or they're not being honest? And then I'm, you know what I mean? Like just kind of catching the short end of the stick because of that. Like I just felt very out of control of my own eternity again, and it did, that sounds so dramatic, but that is how serious it felt to me. So
last quick thing. It sounds like that first mission president, I think I remember, I didn't experience this, but I think I remember some point the church was freaking out at how many missionaries were leaving the church within 6 months of coming home from their mission. Something like 40% were leaving after 6 months or some crazy high number. You do believe that?
I do believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So at some point, I think I remember hearing that they came up with some like I think you said checklist where the mission president, you said it's like a 10-year plan where the mission president sits down with the missionary before they leave the mission, and they like make them sign up to a 10-year plan that obviously isn't going to include like, oh, you want to be a Rhodes Scholar? Let's put that on the plan.
Right.
Oh, you want to become an attorney and clerk for a Supreme Court justice? Right. I'm guessing that wasn't in the 10-year plan.
No, because everything that's the most important would be those things on the covenant path, So it's like literally the first thing is like, okay, well, now that you've been baptized, you have gone through the temple, you've served a mission. So now the next logical step is that you get married, and so what is your plan for that? Because everything else pales in comparison, where it's like, we don't really care what you're interested in. We don't really care what you want to do, or maybe what your other aspirations are. And in fact, if those aspirations negatively impact your chances of getting married as soon as possible, those are wicked, and like you should not have those, because nothing else is more important than getting married. And this is not to say that marriage is not incredibly important, but I just was like, I am more than just a like bachelorette, like I have other parts of myself that I I'm actually like, I enjoy about myself, and that I would like to, that I feel like God has given me as my gifts and talents. And I also feel like, the parable of the talents where like, if you don't use what God gives you, then that's also a sin and you lose it. And so I feel like so many of these different church teachings were always in tension, like with each other for me. But yeah, I just like, and then this is kind of a side note, but on the marriage thing, it almost to me felt like it's like you make it such a big deal that it almost becomes casual. Like everyone I knew, not everyone, like 90% of the people I knew were getting married right after their mission to someone that realistically they don't know that well. Not saying that's not going to work out. Maybe it will.
Sometimes it does.
But sometimes it doesn't, and it's almost like if you had taken it more seriously and given more weight to that courtship period, maybe some of this could have been avoided, where it's like we're so hell-bent on getting married within a certain time frame and we make it so important that it almost becomes casual.
No, one very common scenario I've seen is, fundamental sexual incompatibility. So either one of the partners high libido and the other one is no libido.
Right.
Or one of the partners is straight and the other one doesn't know that they're gay.
Right.
And then there's like, it's a sexless marriage and it's a disaster. That's just one example. That's kind of stuff. Maybe you better know that before you commit your eternity to somebody.
And
right?
I think it hits at a time right off a mission where for many people, they're the most disconnected from themselves ever. To then try and, make this a done deal. And let's really, it's just, it leaves you vulnerable.
That's such a good point, because after my mission was probably the time in that like year or so after my mission was when I am putting God above myself in everything I do.
You turned it up after your mission?
I turned it up after my mission. Like, because I came home and was like, okay, I cannot be one of these people that leaves, because so many people leave right after their mission. And so I'm like, I have to be so good. And all that matters is what God wants for me. What Caroline wants is...
You don't trust that.
Right. It's like, here's what God wants. And I'm second, but like a really low second, if that makes sense, So yeah, like trying to think about just dating at that time. It's like, I feel like had I even tried to date super seriously, like they wouldn't have really been dating me. They would have been dating this like crazed religious person. I say crazed kind of jokingly, but like I just was so, like it's like
fixated.
And I was like losing, I feel like parts of my personality, just because it was like, well, maybe I'm like, this is a silly example, but maybe I'm too sarcastic. And because like there's that scripture that says you're not supposed to laugh too much and you're not supposed to be too whatever. And maybe I'm joking around too much. I'm too sarcastic. Maybe I'm coming off as something bad and I should like stifle that part of myself, which just like, yeah.
What kept you from dating like I'll say mad woman when you got home that year after your mission?
Dating a what?
Dating.
Oh, dating. Like, I mean, I dated casually, but I honestly...
Why were you like, I got to get married now?
Because I was so scared of it. Like I was like, sure, eventually I'll get married. But I still, even then, when I was very like,
It feels like this is core to you since you were little, like a root fear, honestly.
I agree. I think that is what it is. And then just this thing too for me where it's like, okay, if we're speaking about eternity, right? And I get sealed right now, what is the rush when we are talking about eternity? And especially with having children, like once you have a kid, you will never not have a child again. Even if like you get married and then divorced, it's like, okay, well, you're single again, maybe not quite the same, but like once you have a kid, there's no undoing that. And again, with Mormonism, eternity, where there was part of me that was like, I will never just be a single childless woman again, ever. Like, I don't know why that is such a bad thing, and I kind of was like, I want to just be alone for a little, like I'm still going to the temple every week, sometimes twice a week. I'm still doing everything I'm supposed to do. Like there just wasn't that much of a rush. And honestly, anyone that I did try to date, they were very bent on like, we got to get married right now, and it's just like, okay, then I'm not for you, and that's not a bad thing. We're just not.
Yeah.
Like I was very much like, I'm not getting married anytime soon. So
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm hearing too in that a deep recognition that the way relationship is set up within Mormonism is not built for you. Right? Like, and you recognize that on a very, very deep level. And then inherent in that is just kind of like recognizing that at this point in time, you believe the church is true, like wholeheartedly, you're in it to kind of win it still. That it's sort of like there's a distrust of the average Mormon man where you're like, you know what? You'd pick a plural wife. You'd also pick a plural wife.
Yes. Okay. I'm so glad you said this because this was a big thing for me too. I felt interchangeable with any other woman in Provo, like where it's like, you are so desperate to get married. You don't care about anything unique to me other than whether or not I am keeping my covenants, you know, and not even
they don't love you at that point.
No, they don't love me. They love the idea of an eternal companion, you know, and that's not
and a checklist.
And the checklist and who's going to do the checklist with them. Where I just was, and I think too, after my mission, the polygamy stuff almost came back harder than it had before because I was like, at this stage where I am, everyone's pushing to get married. And I'm like, well, I'm interchangeable with any other girl. I'm interchangeable right now. You don't care. Like, and I hate that feeling. I hate feeling like if I, for whatever reason, am not cutting it for you, you can just plug someone else in, you know, and you're not really looking at me super close.
And I see why that ties to polygamy too.
Oh yeah.
Where you're like, oh, if it's actually not about me.
It's not about me. It's about
you would swap out. So I have an idea. I'm not available, but Becky over there, go after her because she'll be just as
she can do the same thing for you because you don't care necessarily about whether or not you actually jive with me super well. You care more that I can help you get to the next step on the covenant path. And like, if that's your thing and that's what you want, whatever, you know, like I'm not here to make a judgment call on whether or not that's a bad thing, but it's just not like, I will not be someone that you enjoy doing that with, you know, like I just not for me. And I remember like being really troubled at this point too with the scriptures about polygamy, not just in Doctrine and Covenants, but like I think it's the Old Testament. I think it's like King Solomon gets a gift from God of 300 concubines. I remember being torn up about that, where I was like, does God not love his daughters? Like, because theoretically, aren't all 300 of these like concubines, they're his daughters too, you know? And like, why is God giving them as some prize? Like, I don't, like, I am not some, it's like they become like tokens or chips, you know, where it's like, oh, good job, King Solomon. Like, you were so good. Here's 300 of my daughters who I am supposed to love just as much as you.
And created. By the way.
Created. And that I love just as much as you. And
I'm pretty sure the literal interpretation of a concubine is sex slave. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. Too. I don't know what else it means.
No, but even because I've heard arguments like, oh, context, like whatever context you want to put it in, whether they are 300, you know, virgins or just women, like whatever. I don't care what their role was. They're 300 women that God is giving as a prize. And that will never sit well with me. And it created some very big problems with me in terms of like, well, maybe God doesn't love me as much as he loves my brothers. Maybe I am not as significant in this eternal plan as like my brothers or my male peers, you know? So
absolutely.
Anyways.
Yeah.
You know, it's confusing because I wasn't,
sorry.
I've also been told that nowhere, and I'm not trying to correct you, but I'm just trying to sanity check. I've been told as a criticism of Joseph Smith's polygamy, that nowhere in the Bible does God command polygamy in the Old Testament. In other words, Joseph was wanting to restore all things, but polygamy was never a divine commandment in the Old Testament to begin with. It's just something that prophets happen to do. And so but what's confusing about that is, and I just Googled it to see, and right now the internet's not saying that God commanded Solomon to have concubines. But what I'm wondering is if you're just feeling like, well, there's a book of Solomon in the Old Testament. He's a prophet. And he has concubines.
So God sanctioned it.
But what
Yeah.
else would God allow him to have 300 sex slaves if he didn't, if he wasn't worthy?
Mm-hmm.
So it must be something that a prophet can be worthy to do.
Right.
So anyway, I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just trying to process all this.
Yeah, no. And
someone may write later, the Bible doesn't say that.
No,
you know
well, I'm glad you said that because I don't, it's been some time since I've looked at that passage, but still, right. Regardless, is like for whatever.
It might be DNC 132 that talks about God awarding wives and concubines.
Okay. I can see that.
Joseph Smith's just interpretation of the Old Testament. Anyway, I'm trying to make sense of all this.
Right. Whatever it is, however, I found the story in the scriptures, however it came across to me, I was deeply troubled and very much like, well, again, like if I'm just, and then that played into my whole time at BYU and on my mission, I had a lot of issues with Heavenly Mother, how we like regard her, talk about her. And especially because I remember telling my parents this, I was like, I don't understand. In the family proclamation, I'm supposed to be the nurturer of the children. That's my role. But Heavenly Mother, I don't talk to her, like, and isn't that her role? Like, we only talk to Heavenly Father. So like, what's, I was just like, I don't understand. And people were like, well, God wants to protect her, and so we're not supposed to talk about her. And it's like, well, isn't she his equal partner? Like, wouldn't she have as much power as him?
Isn't she
like
strong? Can she protect herself?
Right. Like, exactly. I was like, okay, don't love that. And then also people were being like, well, maybe there's more than one of her. And that's why we don't talk to her, because maybe God is in a polygamous marriage and maybe we have thousands of Heavenly Mothers, and that's why. And I was like, wonderful. Like,
you're like, not helpful.
Wonderful. No, like, thank you so much for pointing that out. Like, I'm going to go ruminate on that for a while now. Like, it just was, and then it's like, I'm almost being, the more I look into questions, the more I'm like, this is not making sense. This is wrong. Like, and people are treating me like I am crazy for saying that this is not adding up, so.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you're feeling emotions are close to your, on this topic specifically, Mother in Heaven.
Yeah, that was always one where I was like, why can I not talk to her? If she's there and if she supposedly is also my heavenly parent, like, why would I not talk to her? Especially with like, women are the ones that take care of the kids, and I'm her kid. Like,
she's supposed to nurture you.
Isn't she probably hurting that she can't be near me too? Like, isn't that how it's supposed to be?
I never thought of that.
So don't you love how deeply she takes
no, for sure.
I mean, so detailed and really playing it out, like the implications of this.
Yeah. In all I've thought about the proclamation on the family and knowing about Mother in Heaven, I've never made that connection that mothers are supposed to nurture, yet somehow Mother in Heaven is not allowed to directly nurture her children. That's brilliant.
Well, and
sad.
It was difficult. And I think about my mom too. I'm so close with my mom, and she's such a good mom. And she's always told me and my brothers, like, nobody will ever separate me from you. Like, they will have to kill me first to take me away from you. Like, before anything, I'm your mother, And so just thinking like, well, then why is Heavenly Father, like, why is it like this? I don't understand that. And I hate this excuse, like, that, oh, well, she's just so sacred. She's so pure. We have to protect her. And it had the same feeling of like, whenever I would ask about the priesthood, a lot of my church leaders growing up were like, well, and it was always men who said this, where it's like, well, women are just so good. They don't need the priesthood. Like, men need something to help them be good. Women don't need that. And I was always like, where in the scriptures does it say that? Has God said that? Or like, are you speaking for God? Because all that makes me feel is that now if I commit a sin, or like, especially like a sexual sin that implicates my purity, it's 10 times worse than if a man does it, because I'm supposed to be inherently good. I'm not inherently tempted by these things. I'm just good on my own. I don't need something to make me be good. So then I feel like if I have something that I do wrong, it's worse than if, because I'm supposed to be so pure already. I don't even know if that is like making sense, but I just was like, I don't think Heavenly Mother feels like she needs to be protected from us. You know, I think that is probably, what is it that they call it? Like, benevolent sexism.
Sexism?
Yeah. Like,
Mhm.
come on. I mean, I don't know. If she is truly a God, like Heavenly Father is a God, I don't think she needs to be protected from us. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I think we probably could get a lot more from her, like being present with us than.
And I love that you brought up the point of her pain and suffering. This idea of like, how must she feel
Right.
that she actually can't have contact
right.
with her children?
With her children.
And then what does that say about the relationship between Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother then? That
Mhm.
now she's in a position where he can, but she can't, and
Right.
is likely suffer, you know?
Right. And
Yeah.
like, I can't, and then also I always would think about like how, like, we don't talk about her at all in the context of like Jesus suffering
Yeah.
and dying. You know, that was
True.
her son too. And we talk about how bad it hurt Heavenly Father, but like,
Mhm.
we also believe in a mother in heaven, but then we don't ever talk about her. And if you are talked about, or like if you do talk about her, you're kind of given a slap on the wrist. At least that was my experience, where like, you're not supposed to, you know? And so then that just led to a lot of dread for me. Like, well, is she unhappy? Like, is she a polygamous wife too? Is she stuck in this? Like, am I going to be like that? You know? Because it's like, if I have children, and then if I have a lot of children, like I have a world like this, and like, I don't think anything could stop me from guiding.
Yeah.
Like, they're my children, you know? And in theory, if Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother have bodies, then like I don't know, maybe this is like me getting to, like, I just feel like she had just as much, if not more, of a role in creating me than I think Heavenly Father would have. So I just don't.
That's right. And there's an erasure and a simplification, I think, around a mother's love or
For
a
sure.
mother's role being very soft and like
Right.
you kind of fragile, and you need to, as opposed to, and there's this erasure of like a mother's love can be incredibly fierce.
Oh, yes.
Incredibly strong. Like,
yes.
you know, this idea of like, you know, you can't keep a mom
Oh, yeah.
from her child. Like, you're going to have to. So, yeah, I hear all that.
Yeah. Well, you think like the phrase, the phrase like mama bear, you know, like, because a mother bear will tear you to pieces if you go near her cubs. You know, I feel like
100%.
my mom is like, if you meet, she's the sweetest, nicest lady you'll ever meet. She's so like Southern charm and hospitality to a T. But then if you do anything to like upset one of her children or like make one of us feel any type of way, she will like, she's very much like, yeah, I mean, yes, she's like got all these like soft qualities, and she's very, you know, welcoming and comforting, but she's also very like,
can be angered
Yeah.
toward injustice, can
Yeah.
be protective of, and that's just a fully embodied human,
right,
as opposed to a caricature.
right,
Hashtag free mother in heaven.
right. No, seriously. Or it just was kind of like, we act like we're so progressive for having her, but it almost made me feel worse, you know? Because it's like, oh, well, we
Yeah.
have other Christian churches don't even believe in like a female counterpart to God. And it's like, okay, great. Well, is it any better that we do if we never talk about her? And if we talk about her like she's some fragile
Yeah.
thing that like could somehow be offended by us, you know? Like, I don't know.
Part of what's so special to me about this interview, after we've done 2,000 plus episodes, honestly, is that this is kind of similar to a thought I shared earlier about the academia. Like, it doesn't sound like you were ever, quote, polluted by like Sunstone magazine or Dialogue magazine or like Mormon intellectuals or Mormon feminists or podcasts. It's like you are giving voice to the past 50 years of Mormon criticism or Mormon activism or progressive Mormon ideology, having never been exposed to any of it.
It's your brain.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Because I was terrified to look at any of it. Like, I never, you know, because it's like, if you look at anti-Mormon content, then you're opening the door for Satan to like take away your testimony. And so it truly all came from this place of like, this church is 100% true. I believe it is 100% true. So I must figure out what these things mean, and like how maybe my own church leaders have leveraged them the wrong way, or maybe, you know what I mean? Because it has to be true. So I have to, you know,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, because when Margie and I were at BYU, literally there were professors encouraging students to pray to Mother in Heaven. There were professors,
Really?
oh yeah, and there were professors who were, teaching about feminism, and they just all got either fired or excommunicated. And and for the next 10 or 15, 20 years, women were terrified to talk about Mother in Heaven, terrified to pray to Mother in Heaven. And it all just got totally silenced and deep sixed. So like we were marinating in that as BYU students.
Yeah.
Come 30 plus years later, and you'd never heard of any of that, but it couldn't be kept from you.
No, it's like, that's so sad, because it's like, why censor that? Unless it's like, because you're worried about upholding this, like the priesthood patriarchy keys and like the danger that would come from kind of giving power and like opening a line of communication to, like a Mother in Heaven. That's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
And even recently, I want to find out the exact year that this happened. But there was so this may blow your mind. So this is a Salt Lake Tribune article. It is, May 9th, 2021. Okay. So where were you May 2021?
May 9th, 2021. I was about to end my mission. I was in the end of it. Yeah.
Okay. This is a Salt Lake Tribune headline.
Okay.
Latter-day Saints are talking more about Heavenly Mother, and that's where the debates and divisions begin. And then what it talks about is a professor at BYU named Fiona Gibbons, who was at BYU, whose husband was the head of the Maxwell Institute. His wife, Fiona, was there on like a faculty joint appointment. She starts talking a lot about Mother in Heaven as a faithful BYU employee in 2021. And she's dismissed from the Maxwell, or forced to resign from the Maxwell Institute.
Oh my gosh.
And so you would have been at BYU in the wake of that.
Yeah.
And you never even heard about it.
Never heard about it.
That's how bizarre the control for information is in the church sometimes.
Oh yeah. That's crazy actually.
And apparently what a big threat it is.
Right. I remember hearing, like this was probably, I must have been middle school, early high school. The women who, at least this is when I heard about it. I don't know if this is when it happened. The women who were like protesting for them to have the priesthood. And then they all got excommunicated or whatever. Like, I don't know all the details, but I heard about it in the context of like, this is what happens when you look at anti-Mormon stuff. This is what happens when you are not faithful. Like the devil convinces you of this, and now like these women have apostatized and they've committed the worst sin, like blah, blah, blah. And it, of course, in my head, I'm like, well, can anyone explain to me like why that was so bad that they asked for that? Of course I didn't say that, but it's like, that's pretty on par with how I've been feeling about it, and now you're kind of like scaring me about like how terrible these women are, but it's just, anyways, that's crazy.
That was 2014, 2015.
2014, 2015.
Yeah. Okay. So how did BYU go from there? Like you end up at a counselor's office at some point, right?
Oh, yes. So I come home July of 2021. I went back to school that fall semester, and it was that spring semester after. So I did fall and winter semester, and then I did spring classes. And I was just extremely anxious. And some of my compulsive behaviors had either stayed the same or gotten worse since my mission. So things like I would time how long my prayers were, but I wouldn't look at the timer till I was done. And if they didn't hit somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes, I would have to start over because I was like, that's not, I'm not faithful enough. If I ever prayed not on my knees, that was me. Like I had to pray on my knees. I had to have a notebook open and my scriptures open in case I had any prompting to write down. And I had to do it for a certain amount of time. And then after my prayers, I would have to sit in silence with my arms folded, eyes closed for at least another 5 to 10 minutes in case God was going to say anything back to me. And if I didn't wait that long in silence, I had to start the whole thing over again. Like, so just very like,
exhaustive,
very exhaustive, very like ritualistic. Like I had to do it a certain way.
Rigid.
Very rigid. Yes, that's a good word. And I was writing down constantly. As much as I could, I would write down any and every thought that came into my head, just in case it was revelation, because if God tries to tell you something and you miss it, then like that for me, at least, that was a sin. Like I had to know. It just, some of that was becoming, I think there was some part of me that was like, this is not normal. Like I know this cannot be normal. So I went to a therapist and I thought I was just anxious. And after like 2 appointments, he was like, so it sounds like you have scrupulosity. Like I want you to take this survey, whatever. And I was like, what is that? Like I'd never heard that word before. And he was like, well, it's a form of OCD where blah, blah, blah. And I was like, let me stop you right there. Like, I don't have OCD. Like, this is just anxiety.
I don't wash my hands.
Right. Yeah. I was like, I'm not flipping light switches. I'm not like, whatever. And he was like, take the survey and come back. And I wasn't displeased with my result. I was like, you actually will not be seeing me again. So I ghosted him. I did not go back because I like did That's like kind of sad. But I just was like, I'm not dealing with this. And there was part of me that was like, I cannot be talked out of doing any of this because that would be sinful. Like I was just coming to get some coping mechanisms for anxiety. I was not looking to, potentially change any of this. And so I just kept on how I was. And I was going to, if I ever had, I'm trying to think of other examples, stuff like if I had free time where I wasn't in class or doing homework or at a church thing, like let's say I'm just watching TV, I would have horrible waves of like guilt come over me. Cause it's like, I should be in the temple right now. If I have free time, that is what I should be doing. And so, I'm making myself go to the temple like a lot. And it was a time when the temples it was kind of hard to get in because COVID. So I was like, I would make appointments for myself, reservations like way ahead of time and just be like, hey, I'm going twice this week and once this week. Like, anyways. Yeah. And then it wasn't until later, probably summer of 2023, that I started to really be like, okay, I am being as good as I know to be. And these thoughts and feelings are not going away. I do not like how I feel. And like very slowly, like certain things I started to be like, can this really be that big of a deal if I'm, can this commandment really be that important that I like don't drink coffee if I've never had coffee in my life and I'm suffering still. And I'm, like all these things and I'm like, this is not giving me the happiness or the peace that I'm told it will give me. And then that fall of 2023, I took Foundations of the Restoration and that opened a whole can of worms for me that was
it with?
I took it with, his first name's Casey.
Okay.
I don't remember. It wasn't Anthony Sweat because I know he's a big one. It was Griffin. Anyways, I don't know. But he very nice, like taught a great class, but there were a lot of things that were made known to me in that class that I had never heard before. And my knee-jerk reaction was honestly kind of like I was a little angry.
What were some of the big ones?
All the different accounts of the first vision was one of the ones that really stuck out to me because I was like, okay, I've been in this church for almost 24 years now. Never once has it even been halfway mentioned to me that they're not even 2 versions, but this many, that they are this different, that they were not even recounted until years after it supposedly happened. And that early church members, this wasn't a big thing for them, just some of that. And then I was like, that's weird too, that like in the MTC, I'm told I have to bear witness that I know the first vision happened exactly like this, exactly the way that Joseph Smith said it did. I memorized it in English. I memorized it in Spanish. I recited that probably like literally probably every day of my mission, or at least almost every day. And finding out that like, oh, that's not what it was like an ugly feeling. I don't know. It was just this like, oh, like you guys think I'm a little kid who like cannot handle difficult truths. And so not only was I lied to, but like I lied to other people. That's how it felt on this, account. And I was kind of frustrated with myself because I was like, why would I not have looked into this sooner? Like if I'm out there bearing witness, like I'm not stupid. Like, why did I not think to check any of this before I just go blindly tell other people, you know? And I mean, it's because I was scared, but anyway, stuff like that. Learn more about the Mountain Meadow massacre, that kind of thing, about more of the details of polygamy. I did not love how Emma Smith was portrayed in some of that. That was really upsetting to me. Just stuff like that.
She was forced, or
just that she was like there were times where she was so jealous and like, you know, like she was crazy for feeling that way. And, you know, some of that where it's like, well, I mean, be serious, you know, like if you're married and you find out, oh, he's been doing whatever he wants basically in the background, and I look like an idiot now. I'm just now finding out. At least that's how I would probably feel, you know,
because he married 22 women, extra women before she was allowed to know that he had married 22 other women.
And he was sealed to those women before her too, I believe, right? Yeah. Stuff like that. And then also one thing I don't even remember, I think I didn't even learn this directly in class. It was something we had to read for class in this account from it was like from one of Joseph Smith's neighbors, wrote that he was really smart when he was a kid, that he read and wrote a lot, which like sounds like not a big deal. But my whole life I was told he couldn't even write his own name. He didn't have anything past a first, second grade education. And that's part of why it was such a miracle that he translated the Book of Mormon. And I just was like, what a stupid thing to lie to me about, you know, like I can read and write and I can't pump out a Book of Mormon, you know what I mean? In that short amount of time that he claims to have done it, like that's still very impressive. So if you're lying to me about stuff that is almost like pointless to be lying to me about, what else are you not telling? That's kind of how I felt. And I didn't act on it right away, but it was just kind of this, I don't really know how to describe it other than just this like ugly feeling of like, I have been like, people have not been honest with me my whole life, whether or not they realized they were being dishonest. Like maybe someone was dishonest with them too, but I have not gotten the whole story. And I have given 10% of all my money to this church. I've paid to put my education on hold for 1.5 years and do free labor for 18 months. You know, I went through some very difficult things on my mission, and I'm just now finding out some of this. Like it honestly was like a slap in the face, you know, it's like, y'all had every opportunity to tell me this, and I'm just now finding out. And everyone around me is acting like it's no big deal. And like, yeah, of course. And it like stuff like the first vision was presented to me like, well, of course he told it different ways. Have you ever told a story the same way more than once? Like, yes, I think I have. Thank you. Especially if it's something huge like God and Jesus appearing to me. Like, I'm not messing up that detail. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not forgetting if it was God and Jesus or just God, you know, stuff like that, where it's like, yeah, I can recall events that happened to me, you know.
But that's got to feel gaslighty, again, not to overuse that term, but to have everybody else saying, there's no problem here.
No problem.
This strengthens my testimony.
No, I kid you not. There are people that were like, wait, this is so powerful because this makes me believe in the first vision even more. And I wanted to be like, you are out of your mind. How? Like, and again, it was one of those times where like, I never did this because I feel like it would have been rude, but I wanted to be like, can you tell me how? Like, can you in a sentence or two, like actually tell me how this makes you feel better? Because I feel like I'm going to throw up. Like, I feel like I need to excuse myself from this class right now. So just, yeah, stuff like that, where like wheels started kind of turning. And at the same time, my issues with the temple aren't going away. I always struggled with garments. Garments brought me like a special kind of rage almost. I don't know if it was like sensory overload or what. And that, you know, and it, same kind of thing. Like, I'm not wanting to dress immodestly. Like, I'll dress as if I'm wearing them, but I cannot handle them under my clothes all the time. And like, they're just not made for females, I don't think, you know, like it just was such a struggle. And so all this is going on and kind of building up, and then it comes to a head, and I'm learning some of this about early church leaders. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, this cannot be what I am freaking out so bad over. And so that just, anyways, yeah.
So that you're at BYU at that point, like,
yes,
like, and you can't leave the church while at BYU and expect to graduate. There are rules about such things.
Oh yes. Well, and I kind of like, I'm still at this point, I'm angry, but I'm still like, okay, well, the church is still true though.
Yeah.
Even though people haven't been honest with me.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I can't actually look into some of this, because if I look at any source other than what the church gives me, it's anti-Mormon, which I feel very differently about that now. But at the same time, this semester, I started dating my current boyfriend, and he was at Utah Tech, so we were doing long distance. He grew up Mormon, and he left the church when he was 20. So he had been out of the church for about 4 years at that point.
Didn't serve a mission, or did serve?
He didn't serve a mission. He left. He had started his papers, and then that, from what I understand, is what prompted him to look more into stuff. And he was like, yeah, not for me.
Oh, so he figured it out.
He figured it out.
Oh, okay.
And he's wonderful. And we were dating, and I seriously, like, we were both pretty open to like, well, if we end up together, we'll just do a mixed faith marriage. Like, that didn't really scare me. If anything, I liked that, because I was like, well, he won't hold the priesthood, like he won't, right? Like, that kind of takes care of that for me, like, and he's still a wonderful man, but I don't have to fear him pulling the trump card of the priesthood on me ever, And he was very supportive. Whenever he was in town to visit me, he would come with me to church, and he was very much like, I'm fine to, like, if you want to raise our kids in the church, we can do that. If they want to serve missions, I'll pay for it. But I'm being upfront right now. I will never believe it again. Like, it just did not work for me, and whatever. And at the time I was kind of like, well, you say that, but you might come back around, and because I just didn't understand some of the stuff. But, yeah, so he knew some of this was going on for me, and he would not tell me anything negative about the church. Like, he would not tell me what he found. He was very much like, you got to figure this out on your own, and he was very respectful, which I'm thankful for. And it just it ended up happening anyways, that I looked into stuff. But part of it was, I was like, well, if I look into stuff, maybe I can learn what is upsetting to him, and I can fix it for him, and then I'll be an even better disciple, and I can fix myself, and I'll fix it for him, and we'll ride off into the sunset together. It'll be perfect. And
what information sources did you find?
Well, what had happened was, I was driving to St. George to see him, and I was listening to a true crime podcast, as one does on those drives. And it was one, it was a true.
That's so true.
Yeah, right. Like, what else am I going to listen to driving through Fillmore? So it was an episode about a cult. I believe it was the Moonies they were talking about, and like, crazy beliefs, although maybe I'm not one to talk, but like, just crazy stuff where I was like, whoa. And in my head, I'm like, how do people stay in that?
How are people so gullible?
Right. Come on, guys. Like, be serious.
Wake up, Moonies.
No, I'm like, come on, like, get with the program. And the podcaster's like, well, a lot of people are probably thinking, how do they stay in stuff like this? And it's because their leaders tell them, if they look at any source outside of what they're given, it's from the devil. And I was like, that is so dumb. Who would ever think that? And I seriously, oh my gosh, I felt like I drove my car into a brick wall. Like, the air left my body. I was like,
wait a minute.
I pulled over to a Maverick. I was like, hold on. Like, I need a Diet Coke. I need to regroup. Like, I was like, I've had a terrible realization. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do about this? Like, something, that sounds an awful lot like what I was told, but I'm not in a cult. So that's not what's actually happening. But maybe, just so people don't think I'm in a cult, I could look into some of this, and I'll soothe my own fears. And
You're like, how bad could it be?
Literally, I was like, this is all true. Everything I see is going to enforce to me that this is true.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. So I started with some of the sources I was given in Foundations of the Restoration. Okay. And like a faithful student, I was like, let me go to the footnotes and see where they're getting some of this. And a lot of them were pulled from primary sources, like journals, from people who were Mormon at the time or who knew Joseph Smith. And that alone, reading some of those, I was, again, like, troubled. Like, that, I was like, okay, well, no one told me that these young girls were like fear-mongered basically into marrying Joseph Smith. And these journal entries I'm reading are devastating, like, this is so sad. Stuff like that. And then I finally, sorry, I'm not trying to take forever answering this question.
No, you're fine. This is important.
I think an important part of this is, as this is happening, my anxiety is hitting an all-time high again. I don't go to a therapist. I go to a doctor at BYU. And I was like, hey, I need to take anxiety medication. And she's like, okay, take this survey and I'll come back and see how you did. So I do the survey, answer all the questions. And a few minutes later, she comes back and she's like, what did you come in for? And I was like, I don't love how you asked me that. What do you mean? I came in for anxiety. And she was like, okay, well, you're testing she's like, maybe it is anxiety, but if that's the case, you're testing so high that you are showing for depression. Like you have clinical depression. And that was very difficult to hear. And I kind of was like, I was like, give me the survey again. I did it wrong. Like I seriously was like, I'm not depressed. I need to go back and answer questions again. I must have exaggerated or I did something wrong. I'm not depressed. And this poor doctor, she was so nice. I kind of broke down in front of her and was just like, but no, like that can't be happening. I'm righteous and I'm good. I don't have depression. I'm just wound tight. Anyways, so she gave me medication for anxiety to see if it would help. And it did. And I mellowed out a lot. And I think that had happened as I had started taking anxiety medication. I'm driving to St. George to see my boyfriend. I hear about the Moonies and I'm like, okay, maybe I need to relax and look into stuff. And that was kind of what happened. So I started with foundations, sources from the class. And then I think I only was able to do this because I was on anxiety meds at the time. But I was like, I need to just do a Google search. I need to just get some other sources and I can weigh them. And I was an art history major. Every final exam was like, you have to do it was a capstone paper for everything. So it's like, I know how to do research. I know how to interpret primary and secondary sources. I've been trained for this, I can do this. And I kind of just was like, let me see this big bad CES letter people are always talking about, what could he, because I was like, that's got to be the worst of the worst. I'll just go ahead and rip that off like a Band-Aid.
The least credible thing.
He's got to be making the most absurd claims. Like, let me just go ahead and see what this side of it looks like. It's like funny now, but at the time I seriously felt like felt like the ground fell out from under me. And it's like my whole framework, the whole way I saw the world and saw myself was like ripped away from me.
Truman Show, Tangled,
literally,
The Village.
Literally. Like, oh. And it was immediate. And I immediately was like, I see why my boyfriend says he will never believe this again. Cause it's like, I feel like I've been watching a magic show my whole life. And now I just saw how the tricks are done and I can't unsee it. I cannot unsee the hand movement to the side while I'm looking over here that like makes, you know what I'm saying? Like that maybe that's a like rude comparison to make. But that's how it felt where I was like, oh my gosh. Like, cause I think at least when I saw it, the CES letter started with issues with the Book of Mormon. And the Book of Mormon was like the foundation of my testimony. Like I said, by this point, I probably read it close to 20 times front to back. I served a mission on my belief of the Book of Mormon. Like this is it.
Nothing's happening in these chapters.
Right. I was like, oh, what are you going to say? Like that it took him a little more than 90 days to translate it. Okay. Like, oh my gosh. I was like, first of all, I was like, I got to give the Mormon church some praise for keeping this from me for so long. Like that is actually, because how is it that everyone in the world knows this? It feels like, but me, I mean, honestly, like that is good for them, I guess. But like, it just was so, it was just immediate. Like I felt like one Google search.
What were 3 things about the Book of Mormon that all of a sudden were obvious to you that, or 1 or 2, whatever?
No, I could give you 10 probably, but for the sake of time, I won't. The biggest one right off the bat was that a man in Joseph Smith's town had already published a book very similar, and that he was a pastor and Oliver Cowdery and his family were in his congregation.
That's the view of the Hebrews.
Is that the view? Is that what the view? Yeah. That I was like.
And it was in Oliver Cowdery's town, but it doesn't matter.
But
still stands.
He was in his congregation and then Oliver Cowdery comes. It was View of the Hebrews. You're right.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're joking. That's not real. That's not real. That's a false claim. Like, and I went and found other sources to back it up. And I was like, you are not serious. Like that was a big one with the Book of Mormon. Names and places being repeated that are close to names of characters in books Joseph Smith read and places he lived, stuff like that, where I just was like, come on. And then ones that I was like, this should have been obvious to me, but like, we're translating whole passages in King James English from the 1600s, whenever that was. Like, if God is giving us the fullness, why would he not translate it in clear language like the rest of the Book of Mormon? Why are we getting whole, just like copy paste from Isaiah and Matthew in here? And
the plagiarism of the Bible into the Book of Mormon.
Right. And it's like, I knew that was there, but I guess I had never thought about it like that, where I was like, that was one that made me feel really stupid, where I was like,
if ancient Native Americans wrote their history and then Joseph Smith translated it into American English,
right?
Why is it in Old English?
Why is it in Old English? Right. Because at first, I knew that was a thing, and I was always kind of told, well, like these parts, like the truth was maintained in the Bible and there were no edits that needed to be like whatever, or like, oh, well, Nephi and Lehi came over with the plates and maybe the same passages were on those and then translate, like whatever. Feel like I had been met a lot in my life with apologetic responses, and I was just like, yeah, none of those make sense anymore. Like, they just like very quickly fell flat on its face, and I was just kind of like, I feel like I'm in a bad dream. Like, I feel like this is a bad dream and this is not happening. And I did not waste 1.5 years of my life on a mission. I did not waste $10,000 to go serve a mission. I have not given 10% of all my money to this church. I did not give up my dream college to go to BYU in the name of being faithful. I did not do any of those things. Like, that is not happening, because this document cannot be right. Like, I did everything right. This is wrong. And it just, the more I looked into it, the more I was like, oh my gosh. It just, and it's like, I want to be careful because, people are always like, well, you could have been a drug addict or whatever if you were raised without Mormonism. And it's like, okay, I could have, I guess. Like, sure, I was saved from certain things because of the word of wisdom or because of, whatever. And I'm thankful for that. I also lost a lot that I would have had. And I made a lot of decisions that I would not have made. Unequivocally, I would not have made those decisions had someone told me the truth. And I have a sneaking suspicion that I was not told the truth because they knew I would not have made those decisions. Like, there is a reason suddenly I'm realizing that they don't tell people the whole story. It's not because Satan will get us. It's because it doesn't check out. At least that's the conclusion I came to, is that it does not check out. And that's not to say that I think I'm smarter than anyone who still believes it, or that I think I'm better, or any of that. Because if some people it works for, and that's wonderful. And I'm not someone who's like, everyone has to come to the same conclusion I'm at right now. I think at first I probably felt that way because I was so angry, and I was so, and I'm not vocalizing any of this because I'm at BYU and I have to graduate, and this is like my last semester. And I wasn't even comfortable saying like, I don't believe in the church anymore. I kind of knew that's where it was going though. But hearing the way that people talked about ex-Mormons or people who had problems, I was so angry, because it's like, how dare you talk about people who gave up their whole life to this thing only to find out that it's not what they thought it was. Wouldn't you imagine that to be one of the scariest, loneliest, most heartbreaking periods of someone's life? It was for me. Like, I was never looking for problems. I was never looking to go sin. I was never like trying to tear anyone away. I was trying to be a better disciple. In a roundabout way, I was trying to bring people back to the church, and it just was like, it's so upsetting hearing the way so many active members talk about people like me, who have left. Because it's like, I don't think I could have done anything more faithfully, honestly. And even as I'm realizing, like, the logical side of my brain is like, yeah, this isn't true, I'm still every night on my knees begging God to make it true. I'm like, I want this so badly to be true. Like, please convince me it's true. I want it to be true. Like, I was heartbroken, and so it just, anyways, not to keep going on about that, but it was just, yeah.
And the stereotypes are that you wanted to sin.
I wanted to sin.
That you didn't believe to begin with.
I didn't believe to begin with, which is so, oh my gosh. Like, Well, so I'm just like, okay, if I wanted to go sin, that would mean that you think deep down, I still think this is all true. And I'm just leaving so I can go sin, right? Do you think in your heart of hearts that I would choose a singular iced latte over eternal salvation? Be serious. It's just kind of like, you really think people are doing that, If I truly believed that not having alcohol, not having coffee, not doing any of these things would give me eternal salvation, in what universe am I making that trade? I just was kind of like, I hate that argument because it feels so stupid to me, where it's like, I don't know. I did not want to just go sin, I did not want to just ignore what I knew was true. Like I very painfully found out it, for me at least, was not true anymore.
Or that you never believed to begin with.
Right. People like that. I'm like, do you want to see the mess that is my mission journal? Please, like, it will scare you. Like, I promise. And not an issue of me not believing on the front end. Like, I very much, like, it's almost like I forced myself to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was desperate to believe. Like, and I really did for so long.
And what's part of the really, really, really hardest, darkest, saddest, most disturbing part of all this is there's really blatant evidence that as early as 1922 or even 1912 that they knew about these problems at the highest levels. And over and over and over again, they hid it, or they punished the truth tellers, or they excommunicated the truth tellers, or they hid the documents,
right?
Or they demeaned and excommunicated the historians, or they warned members like all of us to just never look at it. Yeah.
No, it's
that's just the facts.
That was another really painful thing where it's like, oh, I trusted all of my leaders. I trusted, as more than anyone, I trusted the prophet and his 12 apostles. I trusted, I don't know. This is what you do. You trust them, and it's a really terrible, terrible feeling to find out that for your whole life, you have put your trust in the wrong place. Not only just in the wrong place, but in an organization that does not really treat you like an adult, that does not really think you can be trusted with information, that does not really want you to have a testimony of the truthfulness of all things, because they won't tell you all things. They very much have a stake in you staying, believing, and they will, for me at least, it's like, y'all went to any extent you can to like keep me from finding out certain information. And I just, the most insulting part of it all was like, I learned so much in the MTC and was told to testify to certain things. And I really thought I was feeling the spirit. I really thought it was true. And I went and then perpetuated this lie to all these people I taught, and that's a difficult thing. So
what do you do when you lose your faith at BYU?
You don't tell anyone.
This is like last year? Like how long?
This was, like a year and a half ago. It was, I graduated April 2024, and it was probably end of March 2024 that I was comfortable saying I no longer feel this is true. But I just, I was so close. Like, I got to get my degree. Like, got to keep going to church so that way I don't get my ecclesiastical endorsement taken away and stuff. Like, I've got to fake it, which maybe sounds awful, but like, I wasn't doing anything bad. I was still
living it.
Still, right. Like
practicing in the ways that you're surveilled, you're having.
Exactly. It wasn't until I still waited, because I was like, I did sign an honor code. Like, it wasn't until I got my diploma and like was done that I tried coffee or anything. I was very much like, they're not going to get me on this, like, I'm getting my diploma. But it was hard. And my parents came out for my graduation, them and one of my brothers, and I was so glad they did. But I just felt sick with guilt. Like I was lying to them, and I felt disgusting and awful. And I had kind of played around with the idea, like, maybe I don't tell my parents yet. Like, maybe I let some of my own anger and stuff go away, because I'm not angry at them. Like, I would not change a thing about how they raised me. They did nothing wrong. If anything, I'm angry for them too, because my whole life they've given 10%. So sometimes at points in my life, they gave more than 10% in tithing, and they've always held high callings. And my dad's in the stake presidency, and my mom's stake relief society, whatever. Like, I'm angry for them because I know they haven't been given the full whatever either. But
also, how disturbing of a sign is it that in the most world-shattering ways you have severe anxiety, severe depression, severe mental illness, and then your entire world comes crashing down, and the two people you can't talk to are your mom and dad,
I know,
who have told you they would do anything for you,
I know,
and you still don't feel comfortable just talking to them.
I know. I think I was like, this is going to break their heart. Like I know, like I knew that they would never stop loving me. I knew they would never cut me off. I was never afraid of that. It was more just like, I'm going to hurt them. And like, I was so angry too at the church. Cause it's like, I am now like in my time of like the most pain I have felt from something like this ever. I know that now because of the narrative that the church spins and what they tell people, my parents are now going to feel responsible on some level. They are going to feel like they weren't good enough parents and that I have fallen away because of some fault of theirs, and that is horrible. I think like it's just so unfair. And it also just really reduces me, I think, to just like this person who never really believed in the first place, or she just can't live it. It's too hard for her. So she's going to go do what she wants. When like, really, I was, again, like I was struck. I was desperate for it to be true. I wanted nothing more than for it to be true. But it's just like some things, it's like I saw how the trick is performed. I can't, why am I now bad? Because I'm no longer convinced, like, why am I bad? Because I was lied to my whole life and found out that I was lied to my whole life. But somehow I'm still in the wrong here, So it was hard, and I didn't last very long not telling my parents, probably because of my like guilt complex I've always had. So when I came home, I was getting ready to move to Baton Rouge for law school. And I sat my parents down and I was like, I have to tell you guys, like I've given this a lot of thought, a lot of prayer. This has taken a long time, but like I'm stepping away from the church. I don't want you to feel like you have to help me move to Baton Rouge anymore. Like I don't want to, like take any of your help under false pretenses. Like I want you to know. And I know it was upsetting for them, but they also, like my dad, the first thing he said is he was like, you're still my daughter. Like I'm still driving the U-Haul to Baton Rouge tomorrow. Like that doesn't change the fact that you're my kid. And my mom was the same way, but
But something about your experience in the church made you wonder.
Oh, and I think my dad was kind of hurt because he was like, do you think that I would have like not moved my daughter into her apartment? Like, you really think that of me, that I would like write you off? Like, I love you. I was like, no, I knew that you wouldn't, but I think I've just been so.
But the thing is, many wouldn't.
Many
right.
wouldn't. And I knew a lot of people who wouldn't. And it's so devastating. It's so hard. It just, and so I'm very, very fortunate that my family is as loving as they are, but I know a lot of people that's not the case, which is just, I really think the church is 100% to blame for that, because it's just like you tell people, like even, what was it, 2 years ago or something, that President Nelson was like, don't counsel with people who don't believe, like they basically like they can't be trusted, it's like, okay. I don't know, just stuff like that. It was very scary to tell them. And I felt horrible, just because it's like, I know this now jeopardizes your eternal family. I've now put you guys in what you feel like is a bad position. And, it's a hard thing. So, but.
Wow. So that's so powerful. This is so compelling. So how have you rebuilt?
That has been,
and grieved and
yeah.
Healed and all that.
Right. That has still been a work in progress. Because like I said, I was so, where it was like, well, if I don't believe this, then I believe nothing, I guess, because it's either this or nothing, And so then when I found out I don't believe it anymore, I think maybe I come by this naturally. Maybe it was some of the Mormon culture that put this in me, but I can be very all or nothing,
For sure.
Like you can't have one foot somewhere and one foot somewhere else. Like you got to be all in or all out. And so I was like, I guess I'm all out. Like I don't know. Like this is just so clearly not true. And I think I was able to see it more clearly. Like this is what is causing me a lot of my issues I'm having, not that I wouldn't have had some of them anyways, like no matter what, but I think that they were made a lot worse because of the church. So I went through a period of being kind of, I was like, well, I've deconstructed Mormonism, but I'm not going to deconstruct Christianity. Like I'm still going to be religious in some capacity. And I tried to go to other churches, and I think for me, for better or for worse, like once that ball started rolling, it was like, I couldn't stop it. And every church I tried, everywhere I went, they had the same issues, just presented differently, like repackaged. And so I kind of came to the conclusion, like, okay, I don't believe in any of this anymore. Like I guess I'm not a religious person. So I think of myself more as agnostic now, but I did go through a period where I was like kind of slipping into some like nihilism a little bit, where I was like, well, nothing matters then, like this has done such a like mind bending 180 for me that like, I guess nothing matters, and then it just for a while, like kind of an almost morbid curiosity about death and life after this, where it's like, it's like, I have to know. We're like, not in a way where I would ever have like been a danger to myself, but almost we're just like, okay, well, maybe if I get in a car accident and die today, like maybe that would be a good thing, because then I would know. And if nothing is after this, then it doesn't matter, because I won't care, because I won't exist anymore. So just like kind of this really scary, just like slipping into nothing matters, which was probably not a great mindset to start law school with, where like you're supposed to be taking grades like very seriously and, like giving that all of your attention. And then internally I'm like, I feel like I'm drowning, or it's just like, why does it matter if this contract was formed or not? Nothing really matters. So that was tough. And it's gotten much better since then. I've been able to, I think as I've gotten to know myself better, it's gotten easier. Like, I think leaving the church, I was kind of like, oh, like maybe I wasn't really making my own decisions before, and maybe I feel like nothing matters now because I still don't really know how to make some of my own decisions. And I feel like so much was laid out for me, and now that's gone. And yes, it's scary that I no longer have like a step-by-step map of what my life will look like and what the next life will look like. But also that's kind of exciting. I get to try things maybe I wouldn't have tried otherwise. And like, I get to, think more openly about life after death. And I get to, hopefully be someone that can relate to more people. I don't know, where it's just like, maybe there's not one singular truth and only one group has it. Maybe there's a lot of truth in a lot of different things, and we're supposed to find what resonates with us and what helps us. And anyways, so it's been good. I've done a lot to try to, I think my whole life associating my like internal feelings and almost like intuition with sinfulness and influences from the adversary is not only really scary and like creepy, but also just has still been difficult to trust like my gut instincts with stuff. But it's been getting better, and it's a process. Unfortunately, it's not an overnight thing, even though I like tried to will it into one, you just anyways, sorry, I sound like such a Debbie Downer. It has been good. And I have like learned a lot and had a lot of really fun experiences and getting to know myself in a way that I didn't think. I like parts of myself that I didn't even know were there, which has been really awesome.
Have you practiced trying to listen to your inner voice now after 25 years of being conditioned to ignore it or contradict it or deny it? Have you practiced trying and then practice trying to feel comfortable with trying?
Yes, that is still definitely a work in progress too. I think for me, my intuition or like my gut feelings, whatever you want to call it, has always been very loud. Like I've always noticed it, but it's been like I have to ignore it or like work around it somehow. And so it's been, kind of scary sometimes trying to just listen to that and take it for what it is, because I feel like I was kind of conditioned, like you cannot take a step in any direction without consulting God. Like you are unable to make the right choice on your own. So, I think it's just come with more practice, like as I have made my own choices, like fully my own without asking my parents or my boyfriend or whoever, and them turning out well for me. It's helped me like build trust with myself. And my boyfriend is great. And he's funny because he understands a lot of this because he also grew up very much a believer and then left, and it was difficult. But sometimes I'll trying to think of an example where I'll be like, oh, can you grab me this? But like, it's not a big deal if you can't. I can get up and get it in a second. I just, was thinking maybe if you were walking over here, you could bring it to me. And every time he's like, oh my gosh, Caroline, like, he's like, I love you and I want to do what you want. Just tell me you want me to bring it to you. You don't need to explain every single feeling you have. You don't need to give me some justification for every single thing. You don't have to present both sides to every single decision you could possibly make. Like, just tell me you want me to bring you your water bottle, like as silly as that sounds. And every time I'm like, okay, you don't have to lecture me. Like, okay, but right. No, I know. But he's always like, it's because I love you and I want you to feel comfortable. Like, just tell me what you want, like
That's
just
right.
Cause he's like, I know your internal monologue is not actually, questioning whether or not you want your water bottle. Like,
and he's actually, it feels like communicating to you, like,
mm-hmm.
I want you to tell me what you need.
Mm-hmm.
And also, that is really the only way someone knows who we are.
Right.
Because if the more editing we do around that to be smaller or I'm easy or, the more the person we're with never really gets a true sense of who we are.
100%. And he's actually told me that before, where he's like, I'm dating you because I love you. Like, I like you. It's okay for you to just tell me how you feel. In fact, I would prefer to know how you feel, even if it's different than how I feel about something. And that has been very good for me. And I, like, again, he's patient with me because he gets it. And I think he had a lot of the same deconstruction stuff he had to do when he left. But he's just been like, you aren't doing anything wrong, by telling me what you want. It's not bad that you want things. And he's funny too, because as he's gotten to know me better, he's like, I know for a fact you're not actually this laid back about this thing. Like, just tell me what you want, because I know that you have an opinion about it and that's okay. So stuff like that has been good. And then even just little things like learning what I like for the first time, like learning I actually do really like coffee, and not just any coffee. I like coffee made this way and I know how to order it now, because I didn't know what any of the like coffee were, like cappuccino, latte. I didn't know what any of that was. So like, as silly as that sounds. So like getting to
not at all.
learn all of that now has been kind of fun,
That's right.
Like, that's fun. I think I still will forever and always be like a Diet Coke and energy drink girl just because, Mormon culture. But I do, getting to be like, oh, actually, no, I really like green tea and I really like some of this other stuff. And I actually really enjoy not having to go to church all day Sunday. And I really enjoy like not having to think about this stuff all the time. Not to say that everyone would feel the same way I do. I think just, my best friend is still a believer and she's active in Mormonism and stuff, but she's talked to me about a lot of this and she's been very understanding and she always jokes and she's like, yeah, I don't think it would have mattered what religion you were born into. Like, I think it just doesn't jive with how you are, the way that you can get so anxious and you have some like scrupulosity stuff going on. Like, I just think it's better for you to live this way, without it. Cause I think it was doing more harm to you than good. So
is that your experience? Do you kind of, when you reflect on that, does that seem to land with you?
I think so. Yeah. And in fact, I've actually found myself more and more lately almost feeling defensive of Mormonism or Mormons because, being in the South, first of all, there aren't many Mormons and people who know about them have very strong opinions about Mormons are crazy and blah, blah, blah. And to me, it just comes off like very hypocritical, because I'm like, okay, so I had a crazy belief. Let's look at yours. Like it's like I don't want to be mean, but they're not the only ones out here who believe in crazy stuff. Like, and they're not the only church teaching problematic things with purity culture or like whatever else it might be. Like, unfortunately, that kind of comes with the territory in my experience of organized religion, and so it's just like I almost get kind of up in arms where I'm like, you don't get to say that when you are a very strong believer in whatever it is you believe, because if you're being judgmental of Mormons like this or Mormonism, I have a sneaking suspicion you have not evaluated your own beliefs very closely, and I'm not telling you that you need to, but like, be careful what you say. And like, yes, I've left the church. I'm very much not a believer anymore, but you still need to be careful what you say around me, because I will perhaps say something that you don't love back to you about your own beliefs, So like, and I think part of that is because I just wouldn't have done well I think the way that I am, it's just like, this is all, especially with trying to find another church after Mormonism, it was like, oh, same problems, just, different branding. Right. So like, it just, not to say religion is bad. I don't ever want to come off as like religion's terrible, because it's not. It does so much good for so many people. And I would never, ever want to take that away from anybody. Like the way that I felt when I left Mormonism, I would never want to do that to somebody, where it's like, if you're happy and it's working for you, please, like, do not let me, you know what I mean? Like, say anything to harm that. But like someone like me, even though maybe I thought I was happy, I was not happy in religion, So
do you feel like you have less anxiety and depression now?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. I mean, I'm still pretty anxious. But I've gotten much better. Like, it's so weird, because I think even as I was leaving, I was so conditioned to believe that people who left the church were just never going to be happy, and it was impossible to be happy without the church. I was kind of braced for like, okay, my life is going to be dull now. You know what I mean? Like, everything's going to be awful and horrible and whatever. And I've been so happy. I think just because I don't feel like there's constantly someone watching me all the time, or like breathing down my neck, or like I'm somehow responsible for the worthiness or salvation of everyone around me. Like a lot of that being lifted from me has made me a lot happier. And I think much more of not to be dramatic, but like a lot more of a person. Like, I think I have a lot more personality now than I did before, because I'm not so weighed down by some of that. So
Garments?
Garments, actually. Okay, this is funny. This was probably the most like unorthodox thing I did before looking into anything. When I learned in foundations that the garments had changed so much.
This is the BYU class.
BYU class. Yes. Sorry. We learned about the history of garments, because they used to be like wrists and ankles or something. They used to be one pieces, like whatever. I was like, oh, so they've changed. And like, not minimally, like they have changed a lot. I kind of was like, they made me so, I can't even describe it. Like, I would sometimes have like what felt like meltdowns, and I'd have to go in the bathroom and take them off and like shove them to the bottom of my backpack and just wear like my clothes normally the rest of the day, because I couldn't deal with it. But I was like, if I turn 60 or something, and the majority of my life I have worn these garments that bring me these terrible feelings, and then I find out that the church one day is like, never mind, you don't have, like, you can just wear normal underwear and we can stitch the symbol on them. I was like, I think I would hate myself, because I would have forced myself to do something that I knew caused me to stress my whole life in the name of what appears to be an arbitrary rule that could potentially change at any time. And even since I've left, we've already seen it change, where they have tank top garments and slip garments and stuff. Like, I would have loved that option, where I just was like, I'm not going to wear them anymore.
Yeah.
And like, I would still sleep in them and like wear them as like pajamas, but I was like, I will not wear them anymore and cause myself this level of distress, because clearly the church can change on a whim, like how they approach this. And I don't think I could ever forgive myself for doing that my whole life. So I stopped wearing them actually before I left the church. Well, I would still sleep in them, but that was one yeah, I think that was part of me that was like, okay, girl, we gotta move away from this, you know? And I think that probably also was possible for me because I had started taking anxiety medication and could like approach some of it more level-headedly, you know, without feeling like Satan was going to get me. So,
in 2025, there's a real resurgence of, you know, some call it trad wifing, some call it pronatalist movement, but a real cultural swing, or at least some. I mean, it's bizarre because in the LDS Church, we're hearing reports that women are leaving at a much higher rate than men, and both women and men are leaving at very, very high rates in their 20s, like right after their missions. So you're hearing about mass defections, more women than men. And yet in the broader US culture, at least, you're almost hearing about this resurgence of people returning to religion or showing interest in religion, and even women like baking sourdough and having as many kids as possible, and actually saying a woman should submit to their husbands as like Christian loyalty. I believe everyone should do what makes them happy. So this is, I'm not mocking any of that, but I'm wondering like how you experience that now, if you have any thoughts about that.
Oh, I have thoughts. Yes, I have thoughts. I will just say, I think a lot of these women I see posting about how they're leaning more towards being a trad wife or returning to that. I think a lot of them probably did not grow up with super intense religion, or maybe a lot of them didn't have parents where their mother was expected to submit in everything to their father. Maybe some of them did, but a lot of them, when I hear them talk about it, I'm like, I don't know that you fully understand. At least maybe you're not thinking about it the way that I was, because I feel like social media kind of glamorizes everything and makes everything look attractive. And, you know, you're always looking for something, you know, if whatever you're currently doing isn't working, you're looking for something to kind of be a Band-Aid and fix it. And no one's posting, at least that I've seen, trad wives who are promoting it. They're not posting about anything that maybe is bad that comes with it, you know? So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's easy to kind of fall into that or say you think that's better when you haven't really been expected to like actually submit and everything, you know what I mean? And like you haven't really, or maybe you have, but your husband is very loving and he like truly loves you and cares about you and would never ask you to do anything harmful or that you wouldn't want to do, you know? So some of these women, I'm like, that's great for you. But like, I don't know that I really agree that you should be speaking about it this way, because just because your husband loves you or like is considerate of your feelings, a lot of these men who also advocate for this kind of relationship are not that way, you know? And I think, I don't know, I'm not trying to sound like, you know, I think men are the problem. I just think it has been shocking to me seeing so many women move in that direction. And I don't know how long that will last or like how genuine some of that is, you know? I don't know if that's really an answer, but.
No, and I think, again, like I have close ex-Mormon friends that just really like baking bread and really want a lot of kids.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's another thing too, where like me enjoying, because I love to bake cookies. You know, I did it the other day. Like that doesn't mean I want to align myself with trad wifery, you know, like, I don't know. And to be honest, I think even if I tried the way that my boyfriend does, I don't think he would like that from me. You know, I think part of why he loves me so much is that I am the way that I am. You know, like I don't think that he would even like it because even now when I try to be like, okay, we can just do whatever you want, he's like, no, come on, like tell me where you want to get dinner. I know that's not true. You know, like I know that you care too. Like and I'm very lucky in that way. Like he's wonderful, but I just think, yeah,
one thing's for sure: trad wives that have abusive husbands will regret submitting. There's no question about that.
For sure. And I just think it's, I mean, I think it's one of those things where like maybe some people really like this, but I think it probably causes more harm than good, you know, especially because a lot of it's being pushed on social media, at least that I've seen, where people are not getting the full story. They're only seeing little clips of it. And you actually like, you cannot compare any relationship online or in real life to your own, you know, like because it works for someone does not mean it's going to work for you. And also a lot of people that I've seen calling themselves trad wives, it's like, okay, you just have more than 4 kids and you like to bake bread. That doesn't necessarily mean you're a trad wife. Like those are great qualities, but like, I don't know.
Sometimes they have a ton of money.
And I think that's a really big point.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Because of it's so much, I feel like, of kind of the perpetuation is what it looks like. It's what it looks like. And I think we love the idea of like some land and chickens.
Right.
I have the cutest barn out back. Let me show you. And by the way, this is a cottagecore dress from like so much of it's
tailored to my body and like custom made. And look at how fun making sourdough looks when I'm in a beautiful kitchen. You know what I mean? With like the top tier ingredients and the $500 mixer, and you know what I mean? Like,
and also even for them, they may love it and it may be real.
Right.
But the question is, how well does that generalize?
Right. And again, I am someone where I'm like, if it works for you, because by all means, I always want to be able to do what works for me. You know, and
like if there's choice,
right?
If we're talking about someone making an informed choice 100%. For themselves, that's what we're about. But also in economically really challenging times right now. You know, having accurate pictures of what this is the informed piece of what that looks like, what the sacrifice looks like, what it really means for an average person with, let's just say, no family money or no. Yeah.
I agree. Different. I think too, I've just been like so much of my own sense of like betrayal and hurt has come from, I made all these decisions without being fully clued in. I didn't know the full picture. Had I known the full picture, I guarantee you, I would not have done what I did, you know? And so it's just, I think I'm very much for, like you say this a lot on here, like informed consent. Like I want you to have the full picture before you make a decision, because I know how bad it feels to find out after the fact. You have now made a huge sacrifice or a major decision based on like only part of the story.
Maybe I have one last question. How did you go from not even wanting to tell your parents for fear of breaking their heart to wanting to come on Mormon Stories and tell the world?
Well, that's a good question. Part of this is because when I did leave, most of my family did not want to hear why. And I don't blame them, because before when I was very active, I never cared to hear why people left either. Cause I was like, this will tear me away, like whatever. And so there's a huge part of me that hopes that one day, if they did want to know, it's not that they don't care, but if they ever were, feeling like maybe they wanted to know and they wanted to hear me explain it in a way that didn't put them on defense, that there's not an argument to be had, they could just listen and they could stop listening if I say anything they don't want to hear. I think that was like my primary motivator. But also leaving for me was so lonely and so scary, and listening to Mormon stories, like your interviews with people, really helped me put words to my own feelings, like things that I was not able to articulate before that, and made me feel very validated. And so I think, if I could ever do that for someone else, someone who maybe has some of the same compulsive behaviors that I did, or just, I don't know, like I wish someone would have just told me, like, Caroline, it is okay to look into stuff. You're not a bad person for it. Nothing bad is going to happen. Like if you are being tormented with this fear or dread or these questions, it is okay for you to look at it. That doesn't mean you're bad. You're not looking at anti-Mormon stuff, which that's a whole other story. Like realizing that basically nothing is actually anti-Mormon. It's just like primary sources, or like, you know what I mean? Just someone telling the truth is not necessarily.
I was literally about to ask you that, because with this recent Mormon-related violence, there's a bunch of apologists that immedially jumped to Alyssa Grenfell and Mormon Stories are causing Mormon hate and they're responsible. They have blood on their hands. No. Like, what would you say to the idea that a Mormon Stories interview is anti-Mormon?
I think I would say that you haven't listened to a Mormon Stories interview. I think someone like me who, out of respect for her family, who's still a believer, is not going to talk to them about it, and they don't want to hear, am I supposed to talk to nobody? Am I supposed to have no one else to connect with? Because then how am I going to feel? What am I going to go do? You know what I like, I don't know. It's just like being able to feel validated and have like anybody else to share my feelings has been so crucial for me, where before that I truly was like, I just felt like I was spiraling, you know, like nothing has been, I have yet to hear anything from this podcast, Alyssa Grenfeld. I listen to Girls Camp all the time with Haley Rawl. Like I've yet to hear anything that incites violence or, you know what I mean, is harmful. It's more just people being like, yes, and if it doesn't work for you, you're not crazy, you know, and that's okay. Like,
yeah,
I just think people who say stuff like that have not in good faith actually looked at any of this, you know, because someone telling the truth or giving an account of their own experiences has nothing to do with you. You know, like me feeling the way I feel has nothing to do with my Mormon family. It has nothing to do with my Mormon friends or Mormon people at large. It is how I felt, you know, like, anyways, I would also say, this is kind of tangential, but when I was still very active, I felt very angry at people who I felt were like anti-Mormon or posting on social media about leaving the church. And I think now looking back, that is because I really wanted out, whether I like process that or not. And I think there was a lot of jealousy there where it's like, they get to now speak freely about their feelings. They get to do, like, I had always wanted to try coffee, but I didn't. And they get to do that now, you know? So I think I would say if you're feeling that kind of anger at a platform like this, you maybe need to reassess your own faith.
Wow.
And like really, and I don't say that like to be mean, just like seriously, I wish I had done that sooner because there were things I was making myself do that I did not want to do. And I think that's why I was looking to villainize platforms like this.
It's like the closeted gay homophobic preacher.
Seriously.
You know?
No, seriously. Like that's, yeah.
But also, why wouldn't even people who love the church want people who experience pain and need to leave it to have support?
Right.
Why can't we have support? Why can't we support each other?
Because we're wrong. Like, no, I don't. Like, it actually is, I don't know. Like, you know the phrase where it's like, oh, you leave the church, but you just can't leave the church alone. Okay. Like, I dedicated my life to it. You know what I mean? Am I supposed to just, like, this is not like some boyfriend I had for 2 months that I can just never think about again. You know what I mean? This was my life. Like, this is what I thought my whole future was going to be, my eternity was going to be. Like, leaving that is extremely painful. It's extremely lonely and difficult. And
you can't even talk to your parents about it.
And I can't even talk.
They don't even want to hear your story.
No.
Not your parents, but just
but generally, right. Yeah. It's like the believers in my life, by and large, don't really want to hear. Some of them have and have heard me out. And I appreciate that. But a lot of them don't want to.
And out of respect, you don't want to affect them.
And out of respect, I would not just, you know, like, it's not for me to like play God and try to take their testimony away from them or tell them something upsetting. Like, I can be respectful, you know what I mean? But I need to talk to somebody. Like, I got to go somewhere. And if you don't want me talking to believers about this, let me talk to other non-believers at least, you know, I think, like, yeah.
And I polled my audience recently, and over 90% said they lost their faith before ever listening to one Mormon stories.
Right. Like, the little I knew about this podcast before I left, I thought that this was like, you know, anti-Mormon headquarters or something. I don't know. Like, I thought it was like very antagonistic.
I mean, we do have Margie.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we do.
I mean, she is pretty.
Hey. No, I'm just kidding. I was going to say, when I started listening, I was so angry. I almost was like, John's going easy on this thing. Like, he needs to be a little more like, I'm angry about this. You know, like, they're almost, because there are a lot of episodes I feel like one or both of you will kind of play devil's advocate for the church. And you're like, well, but to be fair. And I'm like, don't be fair. Like, no one was fair for me, like, with this stuff for my whole life. Like, I'm angry about this.
Let me be clear. Margie never plays devil's advocate.
Okay. That's always done.
That's always me.
No, but like, anyways, a lot of those feelings have left me now. And I appreciate that, like, this is what it is. You know, it's just like, people could be a lot harder on the church than they are, you know, for much, much harder. Sure. And no one is telling people they can't believe in the church or they can't go. And honestly, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to like rant too much right now, but like, I really don't like the double standard with people who are religious. It's okay for you guys
to proselytize
all day long. And you can post your Bible verses or your Book of Mormon verses and you can say how happy you are. But if I say how happy I am having left, or if I post something in the other way, I am evil, I'm wrong. Like it's like, so you're allowed to advocate for your own beliefs, 24/7, 365, but I can't ever talk about my own experience.
Or it's hate speech and leading to murder.
Right. And like, are you serious? If this is inciting you to go commit violence, then you have bigger problems. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, again, like look inside of yourself. I don't know. Like that is a you problem. So anyways, sorry. This has been such a help for me. So thank you for letting me come on.
Well, now you'll be that for others.
That's
I
right.
hope.
Good luck in law school.
Thank you.
You're a 2L.
Yes, 2L. We'll see if I'm waiting on my midterm grades right now. So,
So are we a Cougars fan or a Tigers fan?
Ugh.
Or both? You can be both.
I'm both. But
Really?
I'm not a huge
Sports person.
I like sports, but I'm not like but I will say the Tigers game was pretty fun. It was a little larger scale than Lavelle Edwards Stadium. So
SEC and Big Ten are just another universe.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
So but I still love BYU and I love Utah. I hope to come back to Utah one day.
Oh,
so,
fun.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take over Mormon Stories.
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. I fear I would not be as level-headed as you are with some of these. So.
Well, it's fresh for you.
Yeah, that's true. So.
All right. Well, Caroline Barrow, thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories.
Of
and
course.
Please stay in touch.
I will. Thank you guys for having me.
And Margie, thanks so much for being co-pilot.
Yeah. So glad to be here today.
All right. And, a couple final things. Thanks to everyone who donates to make Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation possible. We couldn't do it without you. If you value this content and want to see it continue, it's super easy to support us. Go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, or go to mormonstories.org/donate and sign up to be a monthly donor. And that's how we do this. Our ad revenue is a minuscule compared to our donations in what allows us to operate. So please support us if you can. If you can't support us financially, or if you want to support us in other ways, either way, subscribing to our channels, liking our channels, commenting on our channels, sharing these episodes, all helps. Emailing us with your feedback is great. We love that at mormonstories@gmail.com. And we love it when you apply. The way Caroline got on Mormon Stories is she filled out the application. You can go to mormonstories.org/apply. Takes you to an application. She filled it out. She recorded her 3-minute video. She sent it in. Margie and I reviewed it. You're smiling.
Yes.
And that's how you got here.
And here I am today. Yes.
And a lot of people are like, how do you get on? I tried. We really like stories. Number one, where people can really demonstrate that they understand our audience and understand how their story would be interesting to our audience today. So that's it. We just want to know that you get our audience and that you've accurately identified that you have a story that's really going to connect. And it's an art and it's not a science, but that's what we're looking for. So really good stories, really good storytellers that our audience would really resonate with.
And given all that, you can do all of that, and we can't choose everyone.
And we have 1,000 applications a year. So
that's right. So
and only 50 weeks. So so
we appreciate you. We appreciate you applying and putting yourself out there, even if you don't end up being selected.
Absolutely. So, thank you for that, for sure. Because every story is worthy. Like in my perfect world, there'd be a Mormon Stories 2, and there'd be somebody else that does 2 or 3 or 4 Mormon Stories episodes a week. We just can't do it. You know what I mean? But every story would be powerful and would reach people. That's a heartbreaking part of what we do. Am I wrong?
You are not wrong.
So anyway, apply, and we really hope you will. And other than that, hope you'll join us on future episodes. Please be good to each other, be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.
Bye.